All right. Can everybody hear us out there? I will assume so. After a little bit of technical difficulty, we are underway.
Good afternoon, Jason.
How are you, Tom?
I'm good. We're coming to you live from Andover Lanes, bringing you our first CBA tournament of our 2024-2025 season. And what we're watching right now is the match play is just starting after we had 47 bowlers bowling 8 games of qualifying. And I don't remember what pattern this was that you bowled on.
It was a junior gold pattern. I'll run and grab it here in a second from the board. But, yeah, it was a junior gold qualifier pattern.
USBC Junior Gold Advancers round.
Like it was supposed to. People were pretty much playing out by the gutter for most of the day.
Yeah, 2022 USBC Junior Gold Qualifiers Advancers round.
Okay.
That was the pattern.
How those junior gold bowlers bowl on that Advancers round?
Well, we've got Brice Keykal out there who bowled a bunch of junior gold in his day. Still probably does. He's probably young enough still. And you've got Dawson Peterson, Jace Goodell, William Jones, and Jayvion Colston, all in, and Tanner Tinda. All of those would be junior gold, and they made the cut today. So those all would have bowled junior gold in the past, handful of years.
So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, we're going to tell you how these top 14 bowlers. We had 47 bowlers who take the top 14 in the match play, where they bowl 6 games, basically 5 games in a position round, and the top 5 bowl a Stepladder. So the leading qualifier, which is kind of unusual, with Brady Stearns at plus 242, Will Mateffy at 224, Tanner Tinda, you just mentioned, at 206, Dawson Peterson, still a junior bowler, at 206, and Brice Keykal, his dad's sitting right next to us, he was at plus 155. Brandon Brown, I know, bowled out of junior gold also. He was 154 over. William Jones, you just mentioned, 133. Anthony Stewart, 118. Josh Kennedy, 115. Jayvion Colston, I believe he had 300 here last year.
He did.
In this CBA, in the same time of year, I believe it was.
Yep.
He was 109. Matt Payne, you have to have the CBA president.
Presidential sighting.
Exactly, right. He's at 106. Tristan Clymer, this has to be his first cut. I don't know that he's made one before.
I was thinking of that, announcing names. You might be right there.
And he was 12th at plus 96. Dalton Gatlin, 13th at plus 84. And Jace Goodell at plus 76, rounded out the top 14. Ryan Kaufman just missed at plus 71, but he does cash. Dr. Bill Fabian is 16th, but he gets a first senior cash at plus 58. And the second senior casher goes to Chad Nelson at plus 17. So scores were pretty much all over the board.
Yeah, we were just discussing a few minutes ago that the scores are a little higher than I was expecting to see out of this pattern. But everybody's on, the same thing. They're all bowling on the same pattern, but it's just a little higher than what I maybe thought we'd see out of it. The cut coming in at 71 is maybe, 30-ish more than normal or 40 more than normal. So it's not egregious. It's definitely not, playing like a house pattern would when you still see a bunch of people down in the teens and there's still a whole bunch of minuses on the scoreboard too there.
There's that too. I didn't bowl today, but I saw a lot of missed single pin spares. And I don't know if that was not using spare balls or just I didn't pay attention how they're missing them, but it seemed like a lot of single pin misses today.
A lot of new faces today too, which is wonderful to see.
What we're watching right now, William Jones and Brice Keykal. This is match play where pins could carry over too, by the way.
Pins carried over.
And
yep.
They bowl against each other. They get 30 bonus pins if they win the match, along with their score. And Brice looks like he's got a pretty good lead on William right now.
William's been on, this would be William with the lead on Brice, isn't it?
I'm looking at the wrong way.
Yeah. William's been on one heck of a tear lately, too. I've just seen his Facebook feeds, but 300, 800, 2 weeks in a row, and that
303 weeks in a row.
303 weeks in a row, yeah.
Right, but only 800
2 weeks in a row, yeah.
And that's at the Trio Classic at Flaherty's Arden Bowl. We have 36 three-man teams bowling 6 games a night.
In the summer.
In the summer. Amazing.
Wonderful.
And Mark Keykal, who's sitting right next to me, taking my place on that 2.5 team because I'm out for the summer. But he's having fun, but it's only a 1-year contract.
1 year.
Yeah, he's done after this.
Yeah. Single season contract.
Sounds like most of the Twins roster. Sounds like most of the Twins roster. Single season contract.
Yeah, pretty much. Single season. Yeah, you know, we need to get rid of a lot of those single season guys. Hopefully by
Hey, Brock, how's it going?
June or July, when that trading deadline, and they get rid of people, pick up somebody to get them over the top. How the team go from they were 7-13 to start the season, and then they go 17-3 after that, and then they lost 4 in a row now.
Yeah, you can see Williams throwing that optimum idle, and he's pretty much right in the track. I mean, right over about 10, 11, 12, right in that area. Out to, calm, control. That's a really good look for him.
So they have moved in a little bit more. I talked about it, like game 4, 5, or 6 that I was watching. Everybody was trying to get the ball outside of 5 at the break point. And now, obviously, that's going to kind of go away after a while. It's going to transition a little bit. So they're all in, like you said, right into the track, which is not the way this was supposed to play.
Right.
I don't know if your thing went down the lane early, if that mattered.
No, I know I can't remember who I was talking to early on. It was like game 2, and they said a couple of people had used urethane, like 3 and 4 down on the low end early. But it kind of looked like everyone anybody that had it kind of went away from it quick, it looked like.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't really see it out here later in the day at all.
I didn't see it when I got here about game 3.
Yeah.
Josh was still throwing it through
Okay.
Will Mateffy is
the last guy to
got 17-18. He's at 170, and he's going to lose that match to
Tristan.
Clymer.
Yep.
And then we got Jayvion bowling against
Yeah, Josh came up and bowled the Times Nahan tournament up at Southway, and I was fortunate enough to sneak into the match play again this year, and I got a front row seat, there's only 16 of us bowling each night of that match play. So you get to see everybody kind of up close and personal, and he really, really struggled. And in his match against me in that tournament, he really struggled. So it's definitely in his head.
Tell me about that tournament. It's been going on for a long time.
62nd year this year of it.
How does it go? Come out and bowl different times of the week?
Yeah, so there's a qualifying squad every night. The last week of April starts that Monday. And then at 6:30, there's a qualifying shift. You have to bowl 2 qualifying shifts. So 8 games, so 16 to qualify. And then the top 16 come back Tuesday and Thursday of the next week, and they bowl 8 games a night of round-robin match play. And then on that Thursday night after the last match play game, there is a stepladder after that. So that Thursday night doesn't get done till about midnight, right around there. But fantastic tournament. I love it.
62 years.
Yeah.
A long time for anything to be running.
You bet.
So, and what's the time they had? Is that a...
Well, it used to be, I think his name was Pat Nahan, was a columnist and wrote in the Times about bowling.
I
And
thought it was something to do with the paper.
to be honest, a lot of people have brought up to me, maybe you should change the name, maybe you call it the Southway Bowl Open, call it whatever. And I'm like, but it's been 60 years of the Times
I
Nahan.
don't think it changes.
Even though the Times aren't involved and nobody writes an article about it, I think you have to keep the name so people know what it is.
I agree.
It's historic.
Go back to the archives at the time, this thing called Times, right?
Yeah.
And you could get all those articles.
Yeah.
And maybe you should have them plastered all over the bowling center.
We do have Marty Malinan has kept a yearbook throughout the years. It's been passed on from year one. So yeah, we do have a lot of history with that event, and we put it out on the tables that whole week when people are qualifying, so they can see.
Well, I'm a stat guy, and I like all old history. Hence why I do all the history and stuff for the CBA. I like that stuff.
Well, you saw the 2 videos that I sent you from. I can't remember the gentleman's name,
I
but
got them also.
yeah.
Yeah, I had gotten them too.
Okay.
Uh,
The original St. Cloud CBA, and then there was one other location that he had done.
I can't remember what the other one was either, but when John Dorick was running it, and that would have been sometime in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
CBA organization, we talked about it before, Central Bowlers Alliance. It's a monthly tournament organization for scratch bowlers. We run a tournament once a month. We have a doubles in there and a team challenge in there. Otherwise, they're all singles tournaments. And the organization has been going on since 1971. Well, what Jason is talking about is the guy who did some basically home video. And watching some of the bowlers. And I still remember watching George Peterson was on one of them. Verge Anger, Denny Savoy,
Jack Wallish, Al Loth, Charlie Tapp.
Jim Lindquist.
Yep, they all were in there.
Watching the
Yeah.
bowlers, I was commenting to myself because nobody else was listening to me. Watching it, all the way that people they would jump around any approach after throw it, all these motions. Well, now people just kind of stand there and post their shots. Back then, everybody jumping up and down.
Yeah, a lot of antics.
A lot of antics there. Yeah.
That was a fun video to watch. I do have something in the works for you coming soon that I think you'll get a kick out of.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
in the early stages of the CBA, there was somebody that used to write the newsletter for Dorick. Doug Erickson is the one that told me about it, and he said the guy would draw like cartoon or caricatures of, and he had a nickname, for all of the bowlers too. Yeah. So Doug actually brought a year and 2 months worth or so that he had at home of these newsletters. They're all on the 14 by 11 paper, and I can't get them to scan in. So I brought them over to the printer that's right behind me, and he's putting them all on a flash drive for me right now. So we'll have those to put online, and people can,
I like it. I have a video of some sort. I'm sure I have it somewhere in my archives and files that somebody gave me. It was a John Dorick roast.
Oh.
Where they roasted him after like a CBA tournament one time, and like Charlie Tapp was on it, Jim Lindquist, and people were roasting John Dorick. So I'm going to try to find that and get that somewhere where we can get it up on our YouTube.
Yeah, when I was looking through them, I had to send this one to Eric Schott because it's about Denny. But but he had he always has titles for things like Golden Gopher is shell shocked, right?
I like it.
Wonder Man loafs by Denny, you know. So, anyways, within probably early part of this next week, I probably should have them, and I'll get them out on Facebook.
Years ago, Mark Steiner used to help me write the newsletter, and he was Mark was a journalist, so he had titles like that. He would when he did the recap of the tournament, and I came up with one time, and actually after Mark kind of stepped down, I was doing it myself, and Mark commented on how ingenious my title was, and this is about Jeff Smith, who used to bowl. He was sponsored by Storm. And then he got out of Storm, and then he was sponsored by Hammer. We won a tournament at Midway, and my title said, Jeff Smith uses Hammer to calm Storm.
That's pretty good.
And so I was patting myself on the back still,
Yeah.
hurt my shoulder.
Yeah, threw my shoulder out.
But Mark Steiner told me it was good, so he's a journalist. So it was good.
That is good.
So that was game 2. We got away from giving you all the results of who's doing what, but the crack staff here will have these scores up in a few minutes, and then we'll tell you what's going on after the second game in match play. What else was I talking about?
Yeah, after one, there really wasn't much of a change. Brady stayed right where he was at. Dawson kind of got a fortunate, when you look at the scores, a kind of a fortunate break, winning that match with 213, because there were a couple 220s that did not win a match. So he was paired up, kind of fortunately there. So he stays in second. William Jones climbs up a little further, 250, and has the win. Kennedy shoots 250 and a win. So.
Speaking of Josh Kennedy, you couldn't see off the right of your screen on 18, up to light 7th, and it was Richard 7th. But that would have been for a turkey. If he could have carried that one, he could have shoot like 2-1, and Brady, who's staying clean, was not going to be able to get there.
Yeah.
And even with the 3 opens that Josh had, he was still in that match.
Right.
He missed a 4-pin with a spare ball on the right. He left a 2-4 and whipped it on the right. And then I can't remember what that 7 count was, and he missed that also. I'm not sure if he's trying to take a spare ball, and is he trying to throw it straight behind it? But when you have a spare ball, the ball's going to go straight. So you still have your same release.
Yeah.
That's what I've always thought about myself. Unless you're a guy like David Langer, who would use his strike ball and then throw back up for whatever he needs to do.
Yep, manipulate it that way.
Right. Hey, Nate Anderson is watching. Nate bowled his first.
He bowled today. Yeah, it was good to see him.
He said, I talked to him a little bit. He realized that bowling, he needs more equipment in his arsenal. Because league-wise bowling, a lot of bowling balls react the same in league and bowling.
Yeah.
You don't know what they're going to do. And sometimes in your house shot, one ball's going to hook more than the other, because in these kinds, the other one hooks more than that one.
Yeah.
It's just how they're laid out, how the oil is. And you have to come here with 8 to 10 bowling balls if you want to have a chance. And you might not even use 2 or 3 of them, but you don't know which 2 or 3 they're going to be.
Right. Yeah, and that is why we bring, 12 or, whatever number it is.
Some people bring more. A lot of people bring more than I do. I bring 8 when I bowl. I don't know why only 8. Sometimes 9 if I have 3 to 3-ball rollers. Otherwise, I have 2 3-ball rollers and just a 2-ball I carry. I don't like to make 2 trips.
I had one of my worst USBC tournaments ever. I brought 12. I'll never bring 12 again.
Bring 16 next time?
I'll probably bring 4. Just.
I bring 6. 5 in spare.
I can bowl that badly with 2.
Yeah, you could. Jason, next year I get to have my 50th USBC tournament in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
That's pretty cool. It's a good spot for it, too.
I like it down
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
It's going to be fun. I got a questionnaire I got to fill out. They want to know my most fun time and what all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it yet. They took a picture of me already. That's going to be so.
Cool.
I said, hey, that's a year too soon. I hope I can make it. John East on our team had his 50th past year, and it was fun to watch him go out there and get his watch or ring or whatever they gave him. It was cool. I can't wait to have that experience next year.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
April 29th and 30th next year for those of you who really want to come back and watch.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the. We went to Baton Rouge, or I'm sorry, New Orleans, for in Collins for 4 days before Baton Rouge, before we bowled, and then we drove to Biloxi from New Orleans one night to check out the casinos and the beaches and that. There, they got really nice sand beaches, white sand, Gulf Beach. Anyways, it's a really. Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
That was like in 2012.
That sounds about right.
Time we went there.
Good carry, Dawson.
2005, I went there to watch Todd Savoy get inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame.
Cool.
And in 2012, we bowled there, and we had one of our better tournaments as far as the Lakers at that USBC tournament, and then spent 3 days in New Orleans after. That was a lot of fun. So I can't wait to go to New Orleans after next year.
Yeah. So how long is it until the non-Reno, well, let's say non-Nevada, right, is held on string pins?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm going to go on a limb. I'm going to say 3 years. I'm going to say by the next time we're going to go Baton Rouge here, right, and then we go back to Nevada twice.
Right,
and then it's North Carolina? Yeah. Greenville? Is that right?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
It could be a string pin.
There we go. They're going to build it. It's going to be in a civic or an auditorium, the convention center. Yep. I just have this sneaky suspicion that's when we'll see the debut of certified string pin setters, because it'll be a lot cheaper for them to put up and tear down when it's all done.
I think I could probably get some insight and have somebody I know that might know more about that. A guy named Matt McNeil.
Yeah.
Works for Cubica selling string pin machines on the East Coast. And they just have it right now, the PBA 50 tournament at a place of the Lehigh, Florida.
Yep.
Where they're having it on the string pin machines.
Yep. I saw Hess's Facebook write-up,
I read that
on it.
Holding judgment because, it's the first time and the first one. They talked about maybe not having as many messengers, maybe having to be more flush in the pockets instead of these light hits, which I don't know, good or bad. Is it going to help or hurt bowling? We'll find out, but it does help your bowling centers not having to have certain mechanics around all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, he said, sometimes the strings will knock them down. Not as often as you think, but it happens.
It can happen.
I've also heard people say that, you're not going to miss a 1, 2, 4, 10 again. You're not going to send that head pin, around the 10 pin anymore. You'll knock it into it.
Will hit the 10. Now you're still going to hit the head pin. Still could hit the 10 by itself, but when you send that head pin around the 10 pin, it's kind of frustrating because you still missed it.
Yeah, but you threw a great shot at it.
But now
yeah.
It sounds like you're going to pick that up.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's for the right-hander, obviously.
Right.
1, 3, 6, 7 for the lefties, but we'll see how that works.
Yep.
I have a string pin at home. That guy who works at Park Road, what's the place in St. Louis Park?
Park Tavern.
Who has a string pin, but it's the original. They're not USBC certified.
I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Hold on, and I went back, looked at the machine. They showed me how it worked. They just pick straight up. You'll never have one off spot.
Right.
The pin will always go back on spot.
Yep.
I asked Matt McNeil how they rotate them. So 12,500 frames of bowling. They stay where they are. It seems like a lot of damage on that head pin. It stays in that same spot every time. Then you rotate. So 1, 2, 3 will go to the, I think he said 4, 7, 8. And then next rotation it goes to like the 6, 9, 10. It goes to the, I can't remember all the rotations like that.
Sure.
But 12,500 frames seems like a lot to beat up that head pin in a row, doesn't it?
It was 1,250 games.
Okay, I suppose.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not as much as I'm thinking.
Well, I mean, so you bowl roughly 100 games a season per league if you're bowling full time, right? If you bowl 32 weeks, you're 96 games. So we'll just round it up to 100. So if you bowl 100 games in a season, I guess if there's 5 people on your team and then you have, I mean, I think that adds up pretty quick
I
probably.
guess it does.
Yeah.
'Cause right now when you're bowling, obviously pins get shuffled back and they don't always come down to the same
Random,
spot.
yeah.
Random. So some pins theoretically could beat up more than others just because they're in the front.
For sure. What I've found at our place more often than not, what does damage to the pins is the machines themselves. Sometimes it's you might have a little gap between the end of the pin deck and the beginning of the carpet. So the pin could sit into that gap and then the carpet spins it and it's hitting the backside of that pin deck and it gets scratched up. Or you know what I mean? It's
Gotcha.
different things going through the machine that actually tend to seem to gouge them up, scratch them up more than just actually getting hit by the ball. Yeah.
What do we got in front of us here?
Jace Goodell and Josh Kennedy going at it here.
And off to the left is Will Mateffy, just seeing him. He went double spare, strike, and he's bowling.
Dawson, and he's behind. Dawson's 279 potential still.
Dawson, I mentioned, I know what I tell you, I mentioned a little earlier. 14 bowlers out here, there's only 4 titleists in this field.
Wow.
So that's 10 non-titleists bowling right now. So
Yeah,
could be an opportunity for somebody.
for sure.
I did say you have to go through Brady Stearns to win.
Yeah, yep. That's
And William Jones only won one. He's the titleist, but only won one CBA title. Brady's got, forget how many he has now, and Will Mateffy's got about 5.
Payne's got a couple.
Payne's got 3.
3?
I can look it up. I got my yearbook right here that I brought with in case I
Yeah,
needed to
that would be
talk
it.
about any stats. So I'm going to tell you how many Brady has.
I should check the bet you win situation too as we get a little closer here. And
Well, you know Brady's in it.
Yeah.
You know Will Mateffy.
Will's in it. Josh is in it.
Okay.
And Payne would be in it, guaranteed.
Absolutely. Brady Stearns has 13 CBA titles. His last one coming just last September at Southway Bowl. That would have been the first locker guy bowler of the decade
Event. Yep.
event.
As it will again this year.
So we are going. Well, let's start next month. Next month is June 22nd.
22nd. Yep. Polarities.
And then July we go where?
Cedarvale.
August.
Sunray.
January, then September is that
Southway.
Southway Bowl. That's the first leg of the Locker Guy Bowl of the decade.
Yep.
October is our doubles tournament.
Mermaid.
Mermaid, and I'm going to miss that. I'm going to be on the River Danube cruise at that time. It'd be the first doubles tournament that I will not be at since 1984,
Whew.
which is a long time.
That's a long time.
Yeah. But I'm going to have I'm going to be working with Will Mateffy, getting the yearbook and all that stuff, get factoids, and he's going to be helping me get all this history together. He says he likes that, and I always like people who are interested
Yeah.
in old history to get him involved.
Yep.
So he's going to be doing that, and then that's October. November we go to Alexandria, Garden Center.
That's right.
That's the second leg of the
Locker guy.
Decades.
Yep.
December is the CBA Masters tournament, correct?
Correct. Southtown.
Southtown because it's a Valero-sponsored event.
Yep. Still is, and it's big house. That's usually a lot of entries. So.
And we will have the Minnesota Masters will probably be there in January, so I'm not sure if you picked the date of that yet. Or is that the end of December?
It is. We're back to the last Sunday
Good time.
in December. Yep.
Time of year for that.
You bet.
Oh,
Thank
the
you.
track staff, Allie, just giving us the updates after 2 games of match play. Let's read them off. As we mentioned, Brady Stearns still leading with 248, 195, won both his matches. He has about a 70-pin lead over Will Mateffy, who shot 243 his last game and won. You mentioned Dawson Peterson won 213, won his first match at 215 and lost. his
Yeah,
second match.
yeah.
So, but he's third, just 7 pins behind Will.
And they're bowling each other right now.
Well, that's this is
So
kind
that's
of
a-
luck of the draw too.
Yeah.
You're only really bowling 5 bowlers of the 14 that are here, and then a 6 game
Position
round.
round.
You bowl somebody twice, possibly.
Yep.
William Jones went 250, 2-1, won both his matches. He's only 3 pins behind Dawson. Anthony Stewart went 257, 220, lost the second one, but he's about 35 pins behind Williams for 4th place.
Yep.
Matt Payne, we talked about, 220, 220, won both of them. He's only 8 pins out
Yeah.
of the show. It's kind of bunched up here, Jason.
Big time.
Jayvion Colston is 7th, Brandon Brown 8th, Brice Keykal, Tanner Tinda, Josh Kennedy, Jace Goodell, Tristan Clymer, and Dalton Gatlin round out the 14.
There's only 60 pins difference from 12th place to 5th place.
And then there's only 100 pins difference from 14th to 6th. So
Yep.
it's still bunched up.
Yeah.
So I talked earlier about not only you have to bowl well, that 30 bonus pins is
Big.
crucial.
Yep. It's big to win.
And think years ago, you're talking about the tournament that you have those videos from. That's when it was 50 bonus pins to win a match.
Oh, was it 50?
We changed that within the second year when I took over back in the early 90s to 30 bonus pins because it just seemed to be better. It is better.
It is. 50 is a bit steep just for the win.
And I'm thinking we did that because the PBA probably had 50 bonus pins back then. We modeled this, I should say we, because I wasn't involved in 71. It was John Dorick, Jim Madden, I can't remember the other guy who owned Bill Baden. He owned Baden Stadium
yeah.
Bowl, and somebody else. There were 4 people that started it that were who wanted to have a tournament organization by the PBA for just like the PBA for scratch bowlers in this area. And this is our 53rd year
Yeah.
of doing that. Long time running. The only organization, the only tournament that's been running longer was the St. Paul Masters, which in a way is no more because now it's a Twin City.
Correct, yeah.
There's no more St. Paul, Minneapolis. It's a Twin City bowling organization. So we will keep this going for a long time, and this will be the longest running tournament organization, I believe, in this in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area.
Yeah, I always liked the old format of the St. Paul Masters.
It was cool.
It was.
You bowled 4 games, and then B squad came bowled 4, and then you came back and bowled 4, and then B squad bowled 4, and then the top
32
32.
came back the next day for 4 games.
Correct.
And then it cut to the top 16 from there.
And then there was match play. It was 2-game match.
Correct.
Double elimination.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
hardest tournament to be won was
Yeah.
the St. Paul Masters.
That was a
What
blast.
was really cool is before computers and these small little 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper, they had a big blackboard and they would write the scores on the board, and everybody's looking at, standing around, drinking beer, wondering, oh, I didn't know that. And nobody knew what was going on until at the end. It was really cool.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen like that anymore.
No.
So what's going on here? We got Dawson. Looks like he's up on the left lane. Look at 240.
Yeah. Dawson's got this wrapped up. Will had just made that jump. Will was, after game 1 of match play, he was 6th, so he was on the outside looking in. But then he had 240 and a win. Bumps him up to 2nd. But I think if Dawson gets to 240 here and gets the bonus, they're just going to for sure at least flip-flop at a minimum as he gets that second one in the 10th. Yep.
So look and see what Brady doing. Brady went double, spare double. Okay, so he's back on better pace. He only had 190 last game. He only won, so maybe the pair wasn't the best for him.
This year up in Fargo, Dawson was 100% our saving grace in the Calcutta. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Still a junior bowler.
Yep.
So the rule of juniors now, you can be 22 or 21 in your 22nd year, something like that.
Yep, I think that
You
is
don't declare that you're an adult, and you certainly can't bowl for any money.
correct.
Scholarship money,
You still
but
have to
that's
take it in smart.
Okay. He's a Rochester area bowler, right?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, doesn't he bowl two-handed once in a while?
If he does, I would say it's only just maybe messing around. I don't think I've really seen him.
I wouldn't want to mess with that release right there. Why don't you just keep it there?
No, he's got a great game.
It's just amazing how
Real soft.
easy these people can be to get that amount of revs on. It's all in the wrist action, as Nelson Burton Jr. would say.
Yeah.
But it's more with the bent elbow and the wrist altogether.
Yeah. It's the coil, uncoil.
Yes.
You know.
We were growing up learning how to keep your elbows straight.
Well, that's just it. We were ripped off.
Yeah, we did.
All of our coaches said, don't do that. Nowadays, that's all you do. Oh, learn how to bend the elbow and the wrist so you can uncoil them and put a bunch of revs on.
Who was the first guy who ever had a bent elbow? He said it was not right to use way back in the PBA days. Old timer. It wasn't as pronounced as people do it now, but he had a bent elbow.
I don't know.
Don Carter.
Okay. And that goes back way further because,
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking in my head, I mean, I remember when Amleto came in like the early 80s, we saw one of the biggest, like, uncorking of that elbow and wrist, you know.
What did Nelson Burton call that? Like
He's starting the lawnmower, yeah. Yeah, you just watch him start the lawnmower there. Well, and he had that big open hand at the top of his swing,
Right.
you know, and then he just came down all on the inside and started the lawnmower with a bent elbow.
And he was from Venezuela.
Yeah.
And brought that style here.
And he had more power than just about anybody, I'd say, back in that day.
Interesting you say that. The power that the bowlers have nowadays on the PBA Tour, a lot of them are two-handed, but, you know, EJ,
Yeah.
who's like, and even AJ Johnson, who's the one-handed bowler, right? Where's I going with that? I saw somebody else get a strike and then I lost my train of thought. Oh no, Pete Weber talks about now how when he first came on the tour, he had more power than a lot of those older guys, and he was like sending pins flying all over and striking. And now he says, "You guys are making me look like my dad."
Yep.
When I first came out there.
And it's very true.
Hey, Al Houston says hi. Of course, so does, I don't know, Chad and Erica. Do you know Chad?
Oh, Dawson Unrath, I would assume, based on the last name, that's their son probably. So
Okay, well,
probably good friends here with,
Dawson.
yeah, some of the younger.
let's talk about Al Houston.
Yeah.
He was on here about the tournaments that he's running. And
Well, yeah.
do that too.
Yeah.
About those.
Well, and he added one this year. So it went from the quadruple crown to the quintuple crown, and very generous Shelby Dino has added more money to it for that fifth stop. And so let's see. The Dino Open is the first one, and I'm trying to remember if that's going to be held in Owatonna this year. And then they've already announced that it's going to go to Ryan Burr's place in Fairbolt next
I
year.
saw that. That's the fifth one that they added on, right?
Yes.
That was the fifth.
Yeah, so maybe that's not the Dino. Last year the Dino Open was somewhere up north, and that's the one that usually runs it or starts this off. Anyways, yeah, so wherever the Dino Open is, and then the Lacrosse Open, and then the Southway Open, and then the Rochester Match Games,
correct.
I believe, is one of them.
And then
And then the newest one that would be added,
Ryan Burr's Fairbolt.
yeah, what'll be Owatonna this year there.
in the lacrosse run by Nick Heilman, who I didn't see him here today. He made his first CBA All-Star team last year.
Wabasha, that's right. That's where the Dino Open is going this year. Riverboat Lanes, Jim O'Reilly's place, Kent Norman's house down there. Yeah, that's right. So the Southway Open is the first one. Yep, that's right. Then it's that one.
Should have known that. Chief.
I should have. That's a back-to-back weekend too, or back-to-back days, because
Correct, yes.
we've got the Southway Open, which is a very inviting tournament for these scratch bowlers in the CBA, and then the CBA is the next day.
You should come up with you get any bowl at a hotel up there in St. Cloud?
Oh yeah, the Holiday Inn Express has always been a very good host It is the closest hotel to the center. Very nice, very clean on the newer side. It's right by the McDonald's and the gas stations right as you get off the freeway.
We would call that camping because there's no bar in there.
It is true. There is no bar there.
Just camping.
Yeah.
I need a better place.
That's then you want to go to the main Holiday Inn downtown. Yeah. Yeah.
No, a friend of mine brought that up, and they go out and if they're at a hotel that doesn't have a bar, they're camping.
It's
All right. Anyway, thanks, Al, for running tournaments. We, Jason and I both know what it takes to run bowling tournaments and to get everything organized. And
Yep.
it's nice that you do that and get the place for these scratch bowlers to bowl on pretty much, I don't want to say demanding, but tougher conditions amongst all the top bowlers in the area.
Yep.
And we know everybody can't bowl all of them, but there are some people who do bowl all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, I was going to bring that up because we had 12 tournaments a year that we have on our CBA season. And Will Mateffy bowled all
12
CBA tournaments last year.
Perfect
And
attendance
so
award.
did David Ullman. And there were, let's see, Brady Stearns bowled 11 of them, Matt Payne bowled 11, Josh Kennedy bowled 11, and Jeff Walther bowled 11. So that's and then Ron Kish bowled all 10 singles tournaments.
Right, right.
He didn't bowl the doubles
Or the team.
challenge. We don't count that in the Ironman.
Right.
And Ron Kish now has, I believe, at the banquet last year, we figured out he had like 225 or 230 consecutive singles tournaments bowled.
225.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Mike Worth was the Ironman. He had 125 in a row. And now he's just slaughtered that. But so he
Yeah.
came out of juniors in like the early 90s and never missed a tournament.
Yeah.
Except for, like I said, and Mike
Team
Worth didn't
and
bowl-
yeah.
We didn't have a team tournament then, but he didn't bowl the doubles. He's called singles tournaments in a row. That's impressive. And he does have, Ron Kiss said, does have 2 CBA titles.
Yeah. Yes, he does. They got a little bit of golf on the TV screens there next to the scores. I'm sure you saw the news yesterday, but how weird to be arrested like just 4 hours before you tee off and then still be able to make your tee time.
Yeah, that was
Man,
amazing.
that's something.
Yeah. So explain that to everybody who is Scott? What's his name?
Scotty Scheffler is the world's #1 golfer. Pretty interesting meme that goes around Facebook. He's been the world's #1 for maybe a year and a half-ish or right in that area. And it said that he would need to retain this status for another 10 years, 3 months, and some odd days to surpass Tiger Woods in his reign.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's an incredible stat. Anyways, he's the world's #1 golfer, and going to the course, there was a very, very unfortunate fatality accident right in front of the course gates. And I guess he tried to maneuver his way around it, didn't know what was blocking the traffic. And
Trying to get into the course.
yeah, and an officer, the tweet says, attached himself to his car. So I don't know if it was an octopus officer or a Spider-Man, but apparently he attached himself to his car. And so, yeah, they arrested him, brought him down, booked him. There's 4 charges against him, and one of them is a felony. It's a serious thing.
That sounds like
It's not to be joked about, but 4 hours later, I guess the irony of it is he's getting a police escort back to the course to make his tee time on time.
So I saw a meme about that where he's driving in a golf cart. It was the O.J. Simpson chase. And they showed him with his golf cart in front of all these cop cars.
Yeah.
So
That's
light of all that.
no, obviously a lot of it is a tragedy with the accident itself happening and all that, but it's just the weirdest start, obviously, to a professional major sports event.
While we were talking, the Todd and Pam Savoy sighting just walked in. They were supposed to come here around 2 o'clock. He'd come down and stay at our house. He's going to bowl the MSC tomorrow. But they happen to have the same kind of T-shirt that I have on.
Yeah, the
So I
Savoy
was
Racing.
rocking Savoy Racing racing T-shirt, and I thought I was the only one who had one.
Yeah, twinsies.
Ryan's dad has one also. So.
Yes, I do. I
Todd
do
Savoy
happen to have one of those.
Steps into the booth. Todd, we thought you were going to come down and bowl this today, but
Thanks for sending the peeps, though.
Well, absolutely. I'm glad to see him come on down and give it a shot.
We had 6 or 7 first-timers from Duluth area that came down and bowled, thanks to Todd Savoy. So
Nice, yes.
we appreciate the promotion.
Yes.
I think they learned a lot today. If we looked at the scores and how they ended up in the standings, but
Yeah, we have a lot of, well, actually, from Superior, we have a lot of young two-handers coming up. So that seems to be the new fad of the future is the two-handers.
everywhere, not
Yeah.
just Superior.
Yeah.
I was talking to David Langer about the two-handers the other day, how all two-handers look the same. So there's no more individual styles. Like you have your style, Todd. Jason has his, I have mine. Everybody has a different style. You throw one-handed, but the two-handers look like they're all identical. Close to it.
I don't know if I'll agree with that, but I see unique styles two-handed. Yeah, it seems, like I said, it seems to be the new wave of the future.
So are we
Yep.
going to try it now, Todd?
Well, I have tried it, and I cannot throw the ball hard enough. It got something to do with strength.
That was my thing too. I could kind of throw it, but not hard at all. And then the ball would get way more revs, so it's going to hook more, so it's going to go to the gutter halfway down the lane to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I can get you away from the mic here for a minute, I got a question to ask you, TC.
I'll be right back.
Well, I guess I'll take over. Tom talks a lot more than I do, but I'll try to hold the fort down. Tristan Clymer in front of us here. And let's see, yeah, Anthony Stewart, his opponent here. So going into this match, Tristan 13th place, but Anthony was the number for the show. He started with a split here, so obviously with the bonus, every match, winning that match is of utmost importance. That's goal number 1, get that 30 extra pins. So Anthony's going to have to get going here. If he wants to try and keep himself inside that line. Tristan, of course, is looking to just get going, try and get himself out of the basement here a little bit. Shouldn't be too much longer, and we'll have scores updated after Game 3. They're down collecting them right now, so then we'll update everybody where we stand.
Jason, I'm back. Mr. Todd Savoy, the Wisconsin Superior athlete, bought me a little beverage. He bought both of us beverages.
He's a gentleman.
He's a math leader.
The 6 or 7 first timers he brought down here, he talked him into bowling, all from Superior, Wisconsin area. It's not the Duluth organization. No, it's Superior, Wisconsin. All the people that bowl up, and what's the name of the bowling center you bowl
Superior
up to?
Lanes.
Superior Lanes. And it's nice to see new first timers always. It's nice to see them come here. We locked up here somehow?
There we go.
Okay.
Up and running.
Might be just that camera, but it doesn't look that way.
While I was away, what's going on here? I see Brady Stearns is still leading after, but Dawson Peterson jumped up into second.
Dawson did, but now he's in trouble in this match, as you can see, and William Jones is not. Williams 250 pacing or potential. Dawson with a couple of splits, a couple of opens.
Well, I see where William had 170 last game, so he was out of the ladder. Now he's back in, but I see Brice Keykal jumped up into the ladder.
Yeah, I mentioned that while you were
Okay.
away. You went from 9th to 5th, 228.
Okay.
And get the bonus. Well, we were watching, and Jayvion did pick up that 369.10. But Jayvion has gone 258 win, 254 win, and front 6 of this game, and a commanding lead. So he is definitely making up some ground. He's 3rd currently.
150 pins out of first, and if he's shooting another 6 count, but
Yeah, exact same 369.10 again for him.
well, he knows how to pick it up.
Yeah, he went from 6th to 3rd, and previous to that he was 12th.
That's a
So
big
he's
jump.
made up 9 spots in 2 games.
That's a lot.
170 over in those 2 games with bonus. So that's your hot guy right now. He's the one making the moves.
And he picked up the 369.10 again.
Yep. Staying clean and definitely making moves.
Looks like Brady's over on 21 and 22. Or is he on? No, he's on the end pair. He's on 23-24, bowling against Brice Keykal.
He's got a 250 game going, and Brice does not.
You're correct.
Yep. Brice is struggling.
So
and
Todd, we
Brady-
were talking earlier of the 14 match play bowlers here right now.
Yep.
There are only 4 titleists in the field.
Oh,
That means there's 10 people out here bowling who have not
chance
won a
for that.
CBA title, and this would be so very possible chance that somebody could win their first title, but you still have to go through Brady Stearns to win it,
yes.
and that's easier said than done.
He is still sitting at top waiting.
And that's why he's 3-time bowler. He's actually a 4-time bowler of the year, but 3 consecutive. His last 3 repeat, and he's going to start out this tournament being the point leader if he wins this, along with the 2 points he gets for qualifying. So he wants to win it again.
Yeah, he's starting off the season the right way.
They hear some squeaking up there with some bowling shoes, so these approachers must be a hair tacky.
Well, it was warm in here today.
It was warm?
Yep.
You put 50-some people, or even more than 50 in a bowling alley, the humidity really goes up.
Yeah. I mean, we walked in and I could tell it was kind of warm already. I got here at just a hair before 7 and got my stuff in. The guy was here already and opened up. So I walked in and felt it was warm. I had my pullover off by probably 7:40. And if anybody knows me, I sit in a stocking cap and a pullover at Southway while I work behind the counter half the time because I'm so cold.
He's follically challenged also, so he needs a stocking cap on his head.
Yes.
Well, if you have a little more hair on your head, Jason, you might not need that stocking cap.
Yeah.
It's kind of what I tried to say, Todd.
Looks like you're destined for what I am soon.
Todd Savoy used to have his hair a little bit longer, and then they had this thing bowling up in the Superior area where if you shoot 300, they shaved your head in the bar. I wasn't going to go
So
there.
much for that.
Needless to say, I happen to have a 300 and then shaved my head, and I've been doing it ever since.
I'm not doing that, so that's why I won't shoot 300 up there at Superior. That's not the only reason.
So, what game are we in right now?
Game 4 of match play. And so there'd be, after this game, obviously 5 games, and then the 6th game is position round, and then we go to the stepladder. So it's the luck of the draw. When we take 14 players, or anytime we take match play, we take 8, 10, 12, 14, whatever it is, we take a third of the field. You still only bowl 6 games, so you're not going to bowl everybody. Where when we have our 2-day tournaments where we take the top 12, you bowl 12 games of match play, you bowl everybody. So it's not just a luck of the draw.
I'm not sure why this camera is frozen.
It froze up again.
Yeah, but the scoring camera is right, so I'm leaving it here. We can see Anthony has actually come from behind, and he will take that match from Tristan here. He's going to shoot in the 250s, and he's going to have 30 bonus, so it's going to give him another 90, basically.
It's still kind of bunched up, isn't it, after...
I mean, he had dropped down to 9th. He had been in the ladder just the game before.
Okay.
He was 5th. But then he shot, let's see, 193 on. They dropped him all the way to 9th, just because he didn't get the bonus, right?
Okay, so I'm looking
Ninth.
from 11th to 5th. There are 48 pins difference.
Yeah.
Really bunched up. So this position round is going to be really crucial. You could be second, and then bad game, you could be out of the ladder. Well, I'm not sure about the ladders that close. No, not. Well, there's 100 pins difference from 6th to 2nd. Brady is still bowling pretty well, so he's going to expand on his lead, that's for sure. Jayvion Colston just had 240, and he's winning his match against that's Jace Goodell. So Jayvion went 2-0, 250, 250, 240. Dawson didn't have a very good game, so he dropped down a little bit more. William Jones had, where was William Jones at? He might have had the 220, I'm not sure. Will Mateffy, who's 4th place going into this game, he doubled in the 10th. He needs 9 to win his match. After getting the first 2 strikes, he should. And like I always say, you throw your best shot, leave a dead 10. That's how you get 9 pins, Todd.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I don't throw my best shot, and I still leave the 10 pin. So that was big for Will. Shooting only 205, but getting those 30 bonus pins, that keeps him up there in the ladder, I believe. So we'll have a little bit of lull in the action here while the guys move around, get their scores, and get into the game 5 of match play. And I'm watching some of these young kids, Todd. They when they add up their score, they have to have this phone with a calculator on it.
It helps.
Well, I don't even know if they're right all the time. We used to do this in our heads almost, but not anymore.
Yeah, it's amazing how many young bowlers that they can't get away from their phone and enough just to bowl. It seems to be a popular deal, having that phone right with you.
People put their scores on there too, and they keep the whole 8 games, and then they can say how many spares, how many makeable spares I missed, or whatever, stuff like that. And I'm going, I can tell you without writing it all down. I can tell you I missed a 10 pin in the 3rd game of 20 years ago almost, and cost me this.
Yep.
Not quite, but you try to forget those things when you bowl, and if you miss a single pin, you have to forget it and go on to the next frame, because if you let that in your head, you're not throwing your next shot very well. Easier said than done.
Short memory is always a good thing.
Jeff Anderson, you know Jeff Anderson.
Oh, yes, I know.
No hair jokes, please. It hurts his feelings.
Run out of battery?
We have the camera locked up, but the score is still okay on that lane, so that's okay unless Jason's get that fixed. because that's going to be one of the stepladder pairs, right? So you'll try something else. We had a hard time getting all hooked up today. We didn't have internet service for quite a while, and then we had to, because the Wi-Fi wasn't strong enough, so we got this 100-some foot cable. We tried to plug it in right to their router, which we did, but it wasn't working. It turns out that the router wasn't plugged in the back office. So we didn't have any cameras going on during qualifying. You just change cameras there? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I went and grabbed a new camera.
All right. So we'll have that one up and running. We don't have to look at Anthony Stewart's fourth step anymore.
I'm gonna walk.
So we have a camera again? Thank God for extra cameras.
Yeah, that's why there's 5 more of them in that bin over there. Buy these refurbished ones, and sometimes they reach the real end of life while you have them.
Do you just keep holding on to them though, just in case they work again sometime?
I do.
No sense
Usually
to throw 'em away.
Yeah, usually I start with throwing the batteries away out of them.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, the battery packs sometimes like supersede being plugged in, and then if the battery dies, and I think that's what just happened to
got
that
it.
one.
So we're in Game 5. We don't have, obviously, the results after the 4th game, but we'll have that soon.
Yeah.
But we're watching right here. So Will Mateffy right in front of us. He won his last game by 1 pin over whoever he's bowling, but he got that extra 30 bonus pins.
Yep.
That'll keep him up in the ladder. I'm curious to see how much Jayvion moved up, and I don't know. Brady did have. You must have had 240 or something down in the end. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I mean he was pacing 250, so yeah, it looks like he had a spare in the 10th down there because they just started that game. So he's going to stay ahead of him, but I bet Jayvion probably jumped to second, I would imagine.
Because Dawson had a bad game.
He went backwards.
And they were like 50 pins apart, but
Dawson actually went back a chunk, and
Okay.
based on the scoring pace, I wouldn't be surprised if he might have fallen out of the ladder after that last game.
I think I would have to bet so, because we'll find out when their crack staff here gets them all done, which they're really good.
She's quick.
Walking around, blowing bubbles, keeping
Yeah.
scores. I see that, just like baseball players can
That's right.
blow bubble with their gum while they're chasing a fly ball. So you can't say that she can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I just saw her do it.
I taught her that. I think anybody listening would know better than that.
Did you teach her how to spit sunflower seeds over the fence?
Yes.
I taught my youngest daughter that way back. She's playing Little League, or not Little League, but softball. Slow pitch softball, they're trying to say, when she was, 6, 7, 8 years old, and we got to learn how to spit sunflower seeds. I had to teach her how to do that. She was doing one at a time, and then I go, no, and then you got to get your whole mouthful. You put them up into your gums, and you pull it one at a time.
Yeah.
I still get sunflower seeds if I'm going like a long car ride trip. I have sunflower seeds, and
I bring a bag with to every Rocks game that we go to.
we can't bring them to Target Field. They don't allow them in Target Field anymore.
Huh.
Since the COVID times, they don't want you spitting things.
Yeah, I suppose.
Speaking of Twins, when what nights and whatever are you available so we can go to a Twins game sometime this next couple of months?
Yep, during the summer, just about any.
Funny night.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I will look through my tickets and we'll maybe we'll figure out if there's something before like a CBA or something that I'll check that out. I'll look to see what I have available. Yeah, speaking of that, Matt Payne, who's still bowling right now, whatever. I'm not sure. I didn't talk to him much in this last month or so, but he played baseball last year, and he was a pitcher in some Richfield area. So I was curious if he's still playing this year. I'm assuming he is. And overhand, underhand, he still throws the ball hard.
Yeah.
I was watching him bowl in Vegas just for the USBC, and I was gonna go watch the start of the Twins game in the sports book. And the game was going to start. I was going to go watch, and all of a sudden he's striking. I don't know. He's got the first 3, 4, 5. Well, I had to stay and watch him bowl.
Yeah.
I missed the first 3 innings of the Twins game.
Did he make it worth it?
He only had the front 7,
No.
but he still shot 7. So I watched him bowl. That was a double set. Yeah. So, but then I went
shot,
and watched
Will.
them. I watched the Twins in the sports book. That's when they were on their 12-game winning streak. So that was good. And I was able to watch them there because me at home, I have Comcast, so I can't watch them at all anymore.
Yeah.
And I will be changing probably to DirecTV or something. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but
Yeah. Well, we can talk, off mic about it a little bit. I mean, we have DirecTV at the center.
I like it.
When I spoke with one of my partners about they had DirecTV at the other center, and I said, does it go out very often? Do you have issues with it? No, it's great. Don't have any issues. Well, if we get a snowflake or a raindrop, so I don't know how.
Well,
It is something to consider. That's all
let me
I
tell
want
you
you to know.
my history of DirecTV, which I used to have years ago. And, anytime there was like raining outside, whatever, I wanted to watch television. Well, then I didn't have it because the DirecTV didn't
right.
get a signal. So you know how I know what I did? I went to cable.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yep.
so I have had cable for, 20-some years. I got to do something somehow to get the Twins games. I don't really care about a lot of other stuff, but I want to watch baseball, obviously. So
The crack staff is getting pretty observant, too. As she hands me this, she goes, only one game under 200. Jay Scadell at 199.
wow, and then the 12th game of the day.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. So Brady Stearns did shoot 258.
He did finish
And he
that off.
added
Yep.
to his lead. So, but Jayvion Colston with a 242 in the win jumped into second, but he is 160 pins out of first. So Brady's going to be, I don't want to say cruising to the top spot, but Dawson Peterson, we talked about he could be dropping out. He had 2-0 and lost, but he's still third.
Well, he got to 2-0. Boy, when I looked
didn't
up,
look like it.
no, when I looked up, he was like 118, and I thought that was in like the 7th, and I didn't think he'd get there.
I
but
turned away
Yep,
also.
Yep.
Tanner Tinda with a 257 and a win jumped into fourth place, and Will Mateffy with that 2-0, and he won, kept him in fifth in the ladder. But Anthony Stewart had that 250 and is only 10 pins behind Will for the fifth spot. William Jones had 229 in a win, so he's like 25 pins out of the ladder. Brandon Brown with 230, he's jumped up into 8th place. And the bottom 6 guys all lost their matches,
Yeah.
and so they stayed down there. That is kind of weird. The only one who lost the match and kind of stayed where it was Dawson Peterson.
Yep.
So what we have now from 27-14 is how many games we bowled. He said we bowled 16. Or no, we bowled 12. So 314 over is 5th. 304 for Anthony Stewart is 6th. So we got, trying to think how much pin difference to get into the ladder, say down to 9th place. He's only 60, 70 pins out of the ladder. So we still have, they're still kind of bunched up.
Oh, yeah. 11th place is 101 pins. So 100 pins, which is nothing more
Nothing.
than a 260 and a win.
And a win.
Right?
Especially if your opponent has 180,
Yeah.
it's even better, whatever. So,
Yeah, so that's
hey, Rob,
pretty much all the way down
I have a torn meniscus.
to 11th place.
yet.
And realistically, 12th is 25.92 and 13th is 25.90. The only place that I look at that is probably out is 14th place. He's 100 behind 13th. So
Am I right in saying Dalton's the only lefty in the field? I believe so.
Yep.
Okay. I was just kind of curious how many I know Jason Cragen was bowling pretty good for a while today. I think he just missed the cut by a little bit, and I don't remember watching a lot of them. I really don't know. Not that I'm looking for him, but I just was
Cragen was 17th, missed the cut by 28 pins.
Okay.
Yep. And he went 179, 189, 191 his last 3 games. So
I was talking to
there's
him.
your pins.
Yeah, there you go. And I was talking to him earlier. He has some knee issues. He's kind of got that figured out, and he's changing down to 15 pounds. Where I have knee issue and I changed down to 14 pounds. Got another 10 years, I'll have a different knee and I'll be down 13 pounds.
I was leaving it here because Will is in 5th, and he's going at 290 pace here.
Okay.
But we'll flip this over here. We've got right there Brice with the front 6 now. And he's in 9th. Oh, I got to stop doing that.
Every time we go and look at somebody else and talk about it, they miss.
You were gone, and Jayvion had the front 6, so I switched over to 13 and 14 and told everybody to watch lane 12 as he 3, 6, 9, 10.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's what we do back here. We jinx people.
Yeah, black cloud.
Like it really, really matters.
Yeah.
What we say. And it's funny. People say, I'm not going to come and watch you bowl because I'll jinx you. No. I just bowled bad.
I bowled bad.
I bowled good when you're there, too. So
Good spare, Brice. So he's still got 279 potential for him, and obviously if the 30 bonus is already his, he's Tanner is not giving him much more than a pillow fight at this time. So
exactly. So he's got the 30 bonus pins, and he's only 60 out of the ladder.
Yep.
But then Will Mateffy, who is 5th, is going at 290 pace, so he's actually ahead of him on the pace there. But
you got Tanner in 4th, who is 84 in the 7th right now.
He's dropping out of
So
this
he
for
is
sure.
out of the ladder at this point as we head into position round for sure.
Where's Dawson's over here on 11 and 12, and he had a single pin miss in the 5th or 4th frame there, but he's ahead of Brandon Brown because he had a single pin miss also. Pretty close match.
It's yeah. Man, and then we go over and watch him one time, and then he rattles another 10.
He's got to throw it better when he's on TV.
That's right.
Brice Keykal, he grew up in the Princeton Lane area, and he bowled high school bowling with Zach Andreessen.
He did.
And who I've always said, Zach Andreessen is the best two-hander that we've had around here. Still, I would say he's still, even though he's away at college right now. But
well, he's home. He bowled the King of the Hill at Southway Bowl on Tuesday night.
Well,
so
he's not here.
I had a good conversation with him on Tuesday. I don't know why he's not here. I should have asked him that if he was bowling, and I didn't.
Because he's very, very, very good bowler, and he. I remember he made the cut at the. He was either CBA Masters or Minnesota Masters. He's only 16 years old when I pretty much first saw him bowl.
Yep.
Very impressive. And not only that, just a nice young man, too.
Yeah.
Keeps everything.
Yep.
He's
Really
very
good
humble.
kid.
Yes. As we watch Will Mateffy go through the nose for a split after just talking to 290. And
yeah, he's got a big run going. Let's flip the camera and watch him split.
Yeah. Hey, let's watch somebody who's not bowling well. Maybe they'll start striking.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Go back the other way.
Looks like the weather's pretty crappy outside.
Just a little humid, like it was inside here earlier. Sun shining.
Yeah, it looks pretty beautiful out.
I'm actually getting a little chilled now. I might have to put my long sleeve pullover on soon.
We lost 80% of the population that was in here, and the air is finally caught up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
I just kind of tried to watch Will a little closer from outside the camera. It looked like he was just right at third arrow. And I'm not sure if he moved in after that split he left. I really wasn't watching him that close. Or he just not throw it very well. I don't really know. But you got to believe they're going to have to start moving in sooner than later because of more traffic being right around that track. And I did mention earlier when you were in here about all the big bowling balls that people are still using.
Yeah.
Which is amazing considering the amount of games that have been bowled.
Yeah, it was, I had made mention of, Brady telling me it only moved 3 boards in this was in game 10 of the day, and he'd only moved 3 boards all day, plus minus based on the pair he was on.
The same ball.
With the same ball. And it's a big one. He's using the harsh reality, and as I look here, it's sitting on the rack still. So that's still what he's throwing in game 13.
All right.
And I guess if I was averaging 225 or so and 235 and winning, I'd probably still be using it too.
Yeah, why change? Oh, speaking of that, here's a good thought for you. And I've heard people say it different ways. So you have a ball, you're bowling really well, you're all lined up, and say you double in the 10th frame of a game. Do you try a different ball at times in tournaments to see how that would react? So if you need to change to a game later, do you do that in like a count ball?
In a tournament, yeah. League, no.
Well, league, I would say not. I'm talking in tournament
right,
play,
yeah.
so.
In a tournament, though, yeah, I mean, I guess that's a little loaded as in, like, what situation am I in? Are all my pins really important? Like, if I've doubled,
Right.
is it late where I need every pin? But otherwise, yeah, I'm going to look just so I kind of have an idea of, like, if I need to change, is this going to be the change?
Well,
is this the ball I'm going to go to then?
Pretty much, you know the kind of progression of your bowling balls of what to use going up or down on it.
Yeah.
So you're going to use the one that you think would be the one to go to. I've heard other people say, well, no, I'm throwing it really well with this bowling ball. I want to keep that same look and the same picture in my mind of that ball going down there. So, but like you mentioned, depending how close you are, do you need this? If you're,
For sure.
say, just kind of cruising along, you want to see something, that's one thing. But yeah, you might, and if you need, why throw one and get 6 count?
Right. Yeah, I mean, if I'm whoever sitting in 5th place and there's somebody only 30 behind me, then no, because I'm going to make sure I get every pin. Well, it's got to be more than just that camera because we just froze again.
Same camera froze again.
I wonder if it's become unplugged somewhere. I'm going to investigate.
I would have to bet a cable is loose. Oh no, DirecTV. There's a snowflake, a raindrop going on outside, whatever. Yeah. I started, I'm talking about not being able to watch baseball at my house right now until I change something. So if I'm going to go out and I want to watch Twins game, I will call around to find out who has DirecTV and who will have the game on, and that's where I'll be going periodically here and there just to pay attention until I can figure out what I want to do at home. Either that or the Twins. It's not so much the Twins. It's Bally's and Comcast that have to get together and figure this out. Because from what I understand, the Twins are out of it. But I don't know all that legal stuff that's going on. Doesn't really matter to me.
All right, well, we got to reboot it again.
Okay, well, we're back just in time to watch Will leave a 10-pin. But he's going to win in the match again and gets that 30 bonus pins with 230. So, and he was 5th. And who were we talking about that was going to be jumping up? Brice Keykal ended up with 240. So that gives him, with the 30 bonus pins, he's adding 70 onto that. So he was 70 pins or so behind Will. But now Will but Tanner Tinda, well, he would have passed Tanner for sure.
Yeah, Tanner's going to max in 150. So Tanner's going backwards.
He's going back down. Brice was 9th, would have passed him. Brandon Brown, it looks like he's going to win his game, but not would have. He could have 2-1 still if he has to double in the 10th for that. So he was 8th going. And William Jones.
Yeah, and Dawson's about to go 160 as well, which isn't going to help him in 3rd. Dawson.
Right.
Dawson's the 130. Brandon's.
He's going down too.
Or the 160 that Brandon beat up on. So.
And then William Jones, who was 7th, he's over on 23 and 40. Looks like he left a 10-pin. Kind of had a big sigh over there. He's probably only about 2-1 max. I can't quite see. So after this game, there's going to be some changes in that top 5. So after this 5th game is done, we'll turn the mics off for a while as we tally up all the scores before we start position round. But we'll try to keep you abreast of what's going on here still, so you can see Anthony Stewart. He's over on 13 and 14. He's going to have 200, and he is bowling against Josh Kennedy, and Josh is out of it, but Josh is going to win. So Anthony's going to drop down a little bit too. So I would have to say right now, Brice Keykal and possibly William Jones. I can't see his score. They could be moving up into the top 5, while Dawson Peterson and Tanner Tinda moving out of the top 5. I can't see what Matt Payne is doing exactly. He got a strike on that, whatever. It's only giving him 190, but he's losing that match, so he's not going to move up. And Brady's going to win that match, so Brady's just going to be gaining more pins on the field. So not only did Brady lead the field of qualifying, he is going to be leading after match play, and so he's going to have to bowl just one game for the title. And like I mentioned, whoever wins today will have to go through Brady to win. Yeah, Brady can shoot 220. Like I said, it doesn't matter much. I can't see what's going on between Jayvion Colston on the end pair. Looks like he probably he had one opening there at a turkey. He's going to have 220 possibly. I think he had another double. So I'm going to shut the mics off right here, and we'll be back after we get all the bracket money or all the scores figured out before we start the position round.
In third place, we have Will Mateffy.
Okay, we're back. As you can hear in the background, I think you can hear Jason reading off all the position round bowlers. So I'm going to give it to you here. Brady Stearns, this is after game 5 of match play, which after 8 games of qualifying and 5 games, that's 13 games of bowling. Brady Stearns is has 3166, which is, let's see, what is that? Now we got 13, he's like 500 over or whatever. And then Jayvion Colston at 3005, he's 160 pins behind. Will Mateffy at 2977 is third. Brice Keykal at 2923 is fourth. Dawson Peterson is fifth at 2915. And I think Jason's had a little bit of trouble back there trying to figure out the right scores. Anthony Stewart at 2905 is 10 pins out of the ladder. Right now he's sixth. William Jones at 2892. That means he's 20-some pins out of the ladder. Tanner Tinda is eighth at 2879. Brandon Brown ninth at 2858. Tristan Clymer is 10th. Josh Kennedy is 11th. Matt Payne is 12th. Jace Goodell is 13th. And Dalton Gatlin is rounding out the 14th. Jason's giving out the lane assignments, so people are moving back and forth right now trying to find out where they're supposed to bowl and against who. And after we get these guys all started, they'll get 2 practice shots on each lane. Then the higher seeded bowler gets a choice of who starts the match, because it's an all-important position around, especially for the guys that are, 8, 10, 20 pins out of the ladder. All right, we're back. We're just starting the position round after all the bowlers had 2 practice shots on each lane. We'll go over the scores again because I was reading them off a little bit earlier, but that was a while ago. We talked to Jason. We talked earlier about Brady Stearns. You got to go through Brady to win the tournament, and of course he is leading after these 13 games bowled today, leading by 160 pins. So not only is he qualifying, he's leading this. He's going to do what David Langer did last month, where he led the qualifying, led the match play, and just had to bowl 1 game for the title. And Brady has done that before. But in saying that, Jayvion Colston is in second place, and he was 12th going into this match play, and then went 2-0, 250, 250, 240, 2-1. He won his last 4 matches, so he is bowling against Brady, which doesn't help Brady. It doesn't matter what Brady does, but Jayvion needs to make sure he bowls a good game to stay ahead of Will Mateffy, because he's only 28 pins ahead of Will for second. And
Right.
and then, of course, Will just opened the first frame with a split, but we'll get to that later. Brice Keykal, who is 4th, bowling against Will Mateffy, and he is 54 pins behind Will. But you think about it, 10 pins he just opened and 30 bonus pins, so it's really only 10 pins behind.
Yep.
Instead of the 50.
Yep.
And then we talked about Dawson Peterson. I thought he was going to be dropping out of the ladder, but he hung on.
Yeah.
Like 10 pins over Anthony Stewart. William Jones is only 30 pins behind out of the stepladder. Brandon Brown is only like 30 or 40 out of the stepladder. Tanner Tinda has an outside chance, and he's like 50 pins out. But so whoever shoots the highest game, if they get to the 250 or 260 mark with those bonus pins, will jump into that ladder.
13th place is only 102 pins behind 5th.
That's just amazing.
So if they would shoot 270 and win, and 5th place just went 200 and lost, they'd jump in. So, yeah, that's extremely tight.
So keep your channels tuned to this station.
Yes.
Maybe we should talk to Comcast. Maybe they can help us out.
I don't think they negotiate very well.
It doesn't seem like it, does it?
No. Nope.
Well, no, actually, they negotiated very well with DirecTV. Because right after they stopped their, because it was the end of April when the contract was up between Bally's and Comcast. But then once they didn't come out with a decision, but then Comcast extended their agreement with DirecTV for another 3-4 years. So I kind of wonder what's going on there.
Yeah.
MLB needs to step in and do something for local, and the Twins aren't the only team. There's about 8 or 9 teams that are the same boat. So anyway,
Well,
get off of that.
You got the Fubo option.
Yes,
you
have that.
can stream, and they offer everything. So
I might do that.
there is that. They're not cheap, but it's an option that'll get you everything.
I will watch. Okay, obviously I'm a baseball fan. I will just watch it no matter. I don't want to say no matter what the cost, but I will do that. I just try to figure out the best thing for me to do on all around TV and what to watch. What shows am I going to get? What other sports?
Right. Oh, it's a
Like,
good
I
shot
wanna
by
watch the
Brice.
Timberwolves. I want to watch the Timberwolves too. Luckily, they're on TNT or ESPN right now.
Right.
I'll be going somewhere tomorrow afternoon or evening, whenever they're playing, to watch that Game 7. So
Good shot, Anthony, there, too. Unfortunately, that's the match I think kind of all eyes were going to be upon, and that's the lane that we're having camera issues with. So right now on 15 and 16 is the Anthony Stewart-Dawson Peterson match.
that's the 5-6 seeded.
And that's your
bowlers.
5.
Or not seeded,
Yep.
but
yeah, your current 5 and 6 seed.
Right. So Brice did jump on that open by Will by going double.
He
and then,
did.
Then a solid 10.
Yeah, a really good shot.
Picked it
Just
up.
left that rip 10. But yes, he definitely jumped on the
So that's strike
opening. Yep.
That strike on 16 with Dawson Peterson, by the way, to give him a turkey where Anthony Stewart went spare double. So that's going to be a
Yeah, this was a
tough
good match.
like you said.
I wish we had a camera to get on there.
Well, we'll just watch him from the side.
Yeah. Oh, Will with a slow rolling messenger there for his
Wild
first strike
Bill.
of the match.
Do
A
you
little
think that
mini
would-
lasso.
Do you think that would happen in the string pin machines? I don't think so. I think that's what's going to stop those. That's what I hear. Some messages will still be had, but
yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know which messengers will go and which ones won't go.
Well, we'll find out in Greenville, North Carolina.
I really think so. Yeah,
I think you're right on that.
I think they will probably build it there.
In case you guys missed that on our discussion earlier, we were talking about the string pin machines, being that the PBA 50 is in Lehigh, Florida, and they're bowling on USBC
That was a
approved
good shot. Well, good
string
double.
pin machines. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh no. Yep.
And so this next year's USBC is in Baton Rouge. That'll be regularly, and then of course goes to Nevada, goes to Reno and Vegas, and then the next one after that is in Greenville, South Carolina, where they have to build lanes in a convention center.
Yep.
And why wouldn't they put in string pin machines?
Yeah, it'll be 3 years down the road. The advancements in their technology for it, the cost of those probably even goes down in the next 3 years as they get smarter building them.
Right.
Oh, good shot, Brice.
I think he thought that was going high for a second, but what I liked about that one is he posted that shot.
Oh yeah,
and kept the ball on line.
Yep.
Didn't pull up.
It was a really, really good shot. Yeah, and I think we'll just keep it here. The other match that we have on camera is for 13th and 14th, so not really anything that's in the mix. And we can see a little bit of 15 and 16 here, so we can see the Stewart and Peterson match going on a little bit.
We were told by Brice Keykal's mom to keep the camera on 13 and 14.
Yeah, Julie did say keep it here. Oh, he got the 7 to go too. That's a big double.
See, that's the advantage on the two-handers.
Yeah, just that little extra rev rate.
Or the guys with the bent elbow and cocked wrist to be able to uncork.
Yep.
Like Todd Savoy could do that years ago when he was younger. He used to hook the ball when he was younger. Todd Savoy did. If I remember right, on his CBA Hall of Fame speech, after he joined the Lakers team, he used to bowl with other people, and he would leave like 4 9s and 9 pins, and then when he joined the Lakers, he was introduced to the 8-10 and the dead 10. Don't know if it had anything to do with joining our team or he just got older.
Even the occasional 5-7 or 5-7-8.
Yeah, well, but you learn how to pick them up, So
you leave them, you pick them.
Exactly. So
I have a nice picture on my phone from last month with Chad Nelson.
With the Lily?
With the Lily.
5-7.
Yeah.
I have a good picture of Sam Lanto down in Costa Rica with that 5-7-10 that I blew it up into an 8x10.
Oh.
And I brought it to our USBC tournament a couple years ago. And I brought
Tough
it
break for Will.
at the bar and a drink with Sam. All right, let's get back watching that. Well, Will Mateffy leaving that light.
Yeah, I mean, he had the 3-bagger. He's obviously got to make up some ground and
doesn't carry that.
2 pins just around it, and they both just kind of hold it back up.
But then again, this is what I always say, and our good buddy John East, was he trying to be light? Was he trying to be solid? So he was light, so he shouldn't strike. But that's not today's game, so.
I'd like to have John and Nick Pate sit down for a conversation someday. That would be a lot of fun to listen on.
You know who would win that argument of any discussion? John would just like tear him to bits on discussing bowling ball reactions.
About 8 strikes a game equaling 220, so you don't need to spare.
Right. John would tell you, he would have 50 reasons why. All right, here's Brice going for a turkey to extend his lead. Kind of fell
out of that one. Oh, he got fortunate. Yeah, that wasn't not physically his best, as you said. He lost balance a bit, but still he got it going in the right direction. That's the biggest thing.
I talk about posting the shot, whatever, because it really helps. It helps me more with the lower rev rate and speed, whatever. I got to be a little more solid to do that. He probably let that ball go really good. Really well. I mean, and so he fell off after he let it go. So it probably was posted for that split second. But there's nothing I like better.
That was a really good shot.
post the shot and stand until the ball hits the pins.
Yeah, like he just did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that
Speaking
was
of John East, his high school, whatever young kids he has bowling out of Country Club Lanes, he teaches those kids to stand there in that pose until the ball hits the pins.
Yeah.
And they don't care how long it takes. You have to learn how to do that.
Yep.
A lot of
So
good
we see
bowlers.
Anthony striking right there. So that's a 6-bagger for him. He's got 290 still available to him, and actually, I mean, Dawson's got 250 still available to him.
And Will is, he's going, ooh, I could drop out of this thing. Because, well, he still might be okay if he has a decent game, whether he wins or not. It could just be where Brice Keykal could be flip-flopping with Will, or he could be passing Jayvion, being that Brady's got the front 7, and Jayvion's got an open in there. So Jayvion's going to definitely drop out of the second spot.
Yeah, well,
Because he's not going to win this match.
yeah, but it would depend on what Brice would shoot, because behind him is Will, and Will's
Oh, good point.
not going to win, and we don't know if he's going to. I mean, Will's going at the same pace Jayvion is.
That's true, too.
They're at the exact same. They're 126 in the 6th, both of them.
And
Jayvion's got to strike up.
And as we talk about Brady and look at his front 7, he just throws one. He's a washout. Let's just talk about more people like that and get him to stop striking.
Yeah, so Jayvion and Will are actually same score, but Jayvion's advantage because he's got strike up, and neither one are in position to win their match.
No, and they're 28 pins apart.
Right. So I actually think Jayvion can hold on to say. It's going to depend upon kind of what Brice does. I mean, he's got 279 potential.
Yeah.
Right? So that's 109 with the win. And then Anthony's got 290 potential. That's 120 with the win.
This is fun.
Yeah. I love when it gets tight
When it's
like
really
this.
close
Yeah.
here. And Dawson didn't like that shot. Luckily, he knocked the 10 out to break up that 2-10 split, but he's still kind of in trouble because as far as winning the match, that's a pretty good shot there by Brice.
Yeah, great shot, Brice.
I like
And to be
this.
honest, I look down at, so William Jones and Brandon Brown have got nothing going, and they're the next ones
They're the
down.
7 and 8
So
seeds.
I think everybody from that point down is probably out. Personal opinion, real quick glance. I think you're looking at everything is 6 seed on up.
Correct.
I think we got 6 guys
Yeah.
fighting to get in.
And Anthony Stewart with the spare 6-bagger winning, he'd be the one to jump ahead of Dawson to get to the ladder because they're bowling each other right now. They're only 10 pins apart.
I think you'll see Anthony jump up pretty high, and Brice is going to make a jump, I believe, too. And I think Will and Dawson probably out, and Will goes down to 5th. You know, something along those lines, I bet.
When you got the dads back here slapping it off, you know that the son threw a good shot.
You know, the mic's on over here. We can hear your claps. We know.
So here's our prognostication here, Jason. Dawson Peterson will be out of the top 5. Anthony Stewart will be in. It's going to be Brady. I'm going to say Brice is going to jump into 2nd. And then it's going to be Will, Jayvion, and Anthony.
Okay. I'm going to go Brady, Jayvion, Brice, Anthony, Will.
Okay.
So same 5.
Just different order.
Slight different order. Yeah.
Either way, there's only going to be 2 titleists in the top 5.
Yes.
So, of the top 5, and I'm not counting Brady right now because he's throwing the ball better than anybody all day. Who's, of these next 4 guys or 5 guys in there, who's throwing the ball best right now? Who's got the best look between Brice and Anthony?
I'd like to change my order, please.
I forgot what my order was already anyway.
You had Will, or not Will, you had Anthony getting, or Brice, getting up to 2nd.
Yes, I did.
I agree with you now.
Yeah.
Because Jayvion missed another single pin.
I said it before he threw that.
Yeah, he's 204 max, and Will has got 230 now. Well, 220 guaranteed, maybe 230. So that's going to
Yeah,
make
he really
yeah.
needs this second one. Because,
Yeah.
okay, he's going to be in the ladder, but you'd rather be third than fourth.
Of course.
Fourth and fifth doesn't matter much. It just gives you a lane choice. But third is better than fourth, second better than third, just so you get that one less game you have to win.
Yes. Oh,
Solid 10.
that was a good shot.
He doesn't know what we know, but we know that it doesn't
Nobody
matter that
knows
much.
what we know.
Well, that's true. Brady Stearns can strike out for 262. You get that by having the front 7, 6-2, and strike out. That's 262.
That's how you get to 262.
Or other ways, I've had a 261 where I had like front however many, Greek church, did whatever, and struck out. Here's Brice, 10th frame. This is an all-important strike for Brice in the 10th, just to they'll get him up to second place with a strike here. He posted it also. And then he left.
Oh, he rat holes that 10.
He's got to pick this up. I don't know. I know his games are pretty good today. But sometimes you get in that 10th frame and you get a little bit of letdown because you didn't strike. Don't lose focus. Pick it up. Strike it to that 250 mark. Jayvion, most you can have is 2-0.
And Anthony open too. Single pin miss. I didn't see it.
I didn't either.
290 dream is over, and his 100 pin
Exactly.
is gone.
So he's going to have 250. So he's not going to have any more than Brice. And so
Big spare for Brice there. That was a good shot.
And not the all important, the all easy, always in the 11th strike is going to happen no matter where he throws this.
Right. Yeah, he's got 258 guaranteed.
Absolutely, yeah.
He could pretty much chuck this anywhere and it's going to strike.
Yeah. So Will gained 25 pins.
Yep.
So he's Brice was 54 pins behind him. He was 54.
Easiest prediction I made all day right there.
Exactly. So he did jump him. So he's second. Will could stay in third.
Jayvion definitely. He's going to be 194 with a spare here. So
Will is staying in third. Jayvion's going to fourth, and Anthony Stewart fourth or fifth. Jayvion and Anthony.
Yep, and looks like Dawson got 200 even, and that's it's just not going to be enough.
Are we starting on 13, 14? He just came off of it. Oh, he's not going to be in the first.
Yeah, I don't think you won't be in it. Yeah.
So 247 for Anthony. Winning, yeah, Dawson's going to be the first man out. We don't know what William Jones is doing, but he's not going to be in the ladder. But I just didn't know if Dawson was going to stay ahead or behind William.
Yeah.
But he's probably 6th or 7th at the worst. Good showing by Dawson. He hasn't bowled many CBAs. I know he bowled a Masters tournament.
Yep. Took second.
That was at Saxon 2 years ago, I believe.
2 years ago.
I didn't know the young man. Bowling a MSC, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. Rob Downer told me to watch out for Dawson Peters, and he goes, this young kid throws the ball really well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his physical game is extremely good.
And we talked about his easy release.
Yeah.
Just
he's soft.
Yeah.
Yep. Nice and soft with it.
Yep.
I see Tommy Slagle tuned in. Nice to see our first King of the Hill winner at Southway Bowl. Tommy Slagle. He's not from the area, so he's come into Southway and gotten a few balls drilled and that kind of thing, and started practicing there. He's from out of town, travels for work, so he'd be in town for like 6 months, then he'd be out of town for 3-4 months kind of thing. But he's back in town, and he came in and bowled the King of the Hill and
And won.
Came away with the win, beating Zach Andreessen. So it's not like he went through just nobody.
Exactly right.
And actually, he was a high qualifier. He took over that spot from Zach too, who was leading qualifying through most of it. So, anyways, good to see him tuning in and watching this as well.
Nice. So we'll.
There really isn't anything to see here, I guess. I mean, this is the last place match just finishing up, and there's nothing to the right of them. So I'm going to dip out and do the scoring, and
Let's shut
We'll
the
figure
mics
out where
off,
we're at.
and after we get all this done, we'll start the step ladder. We'll be back in, I don't know, 10 minutes at the most. All right, after all the practice, we are all set to start our first stepladder match. Anthony Stewart against Jayvion Colston, and Jayvion, who is the higher seeded bowler. He qualified or seeded fourth. Anthony was fifth, and it looks like Jayvion is having Anthony start the match. Here we go. And you would expect them to throw the first ball solid in the pocket, being that they practice on that pair. They actually had 2 shots on each lane. So this is Jayvion's first time ever making a stepladder in a CBA tournament. And last year here at Andover Lanes, Jayvion had his first 300 in CBA competition. I don't know if that was his first 300 ever or not, but I know it was his first 300 in CBA competition. So here we go. Jason's first shot on in a stepladder match. Set down a little short. That's okay. Though, but easy spare. He broke up a split. Main thing you want to do is get through that first frame, throw it nice and as good as you can, and pick up the spare, and then focus and move on. I can't quite tell, but I think he's got a spare ball. Yep. Good spare. It's a little bit different bowling in a stepladder match compared to the match play. When there's people bowling all around you and you're bowling all by yourself, and you look back and everybody's kind of watching you, but really they're not watching you. So it's really like a head game thing that you do. You kind of like, if you can focus and just throw the ball, you'll be 2 or 3 or 20 or 30 pins ahead of the other guy just by being focused. He posted that shot really well through a nice solid strike. I don't know what bowling ball that Anthony's using, but I can't quite tell. I don't know if you can tell what kind of ball that is, Todd.
I asked him what it was. He says Arctic Vibe.
An Arctic Vibe. Oh, okay. You're right. Yes. Oh, trips out to 4-7. Started up a little earlier, and so Jayvion started up on that lane, whether he threw it well or not, his first frame. Maybe that lane hooks a little bit earlier. I don't know yet. We'll see what Anthony does here on the left lane. Here's some pins falling off to the side over on 21, 22, or 19, 20, whatever it is. Will Mateffy, our third seeded bowler, warming up. He'll take on the winner of this match. Brice Keykal, seeded second, will take on the winner of that match in the semifinal match. And then, of course, Brady Stearns, the tournament leader. Tripped another 4-pin for Anthony Stewart.
Oh, y'all did.
We were waiting for you, Matt. You're a little slow.
Yeah, you're too slow. You didn't have to. This is the first one.
All right, we'll see what Jayvion does here in the right lane. I know he went high the first frame. Didn't know if he threw it well or not. Seemed to get that one a little bit better. Oh, he's like tripped out that 10-pin. And then there was a messenger going to come across and hit it anyway, so he could have had it twice. I got a feeling this is going to be a pretty high-scoring match here, just because 13 and 14 had brought on some high scores during the day. And so far at the start of this match, it's going to look that way. It is looking that way. Oh, he set that down short. Or so I thought. But it was a solid strike. So I'm thinking that would have hooked early. It would have been high on the right lane.
I came out to 2 of these last summer. It's just a good way to get practice. Well, we appreciate it. It's fun. I thought I'd seen you up in mine, so I was like, didn't want to assume, and then I saw it here, I'm like, yeah, he was in the position.
Anthony Stewart, right lane, going for a 4-bagger. That was a big break. He got that out. Okay, I think that was lane was looking a little bit earlier, and he missed right, I thought, at the arrows, and it just took a left turn. So the right lane is going to be key, I believe, for this match. Now, obviously, he got away with that with a strike rather than just a spare or something worse than that. So huge break in the 4th frame to keep the pressure on. A solid strike. From where I'm sitting, which is a little bit off to the side, and I can't quite see the camera from right straight behind, it looks like, it almost looked like he got that one in, and I thought that Jayvion got that one in on the left lane also.
First time it was ever used.
So, Jason, we got ourselves a match here.
This is a match. I like it.
I was thinking that 13 and 14 has been kind of a higher scoring pair today, and these guys are showing that it is. And what I've seen so far is this right lane's a little touchy. You didn't see the 4th frame by Anthony, who hooked early and crossed over for a strike. But the left lane seems to be a lot of hold, and the right lane is not, whether they're setting it down short or hooking them earlier on that right lane. So if anybody else is watching, it'll be the semifinal match will be on that pair. So Brice came off of it last time, and he's going to be bowling on that pair. He might know the difference on the 2 lanes.
Right.
But a huge break for Anthony in that 4th frame to get that 4-bagger. Now he got the front 5. He could have left anything, could have been a split, whatever. Hey, Michael Klimpel is watching. I saw him in Las Vegas. Bowling.
Oh, they were out there same time, huh?
Yeah. We had mentioned that Jayvion's first time making the stepladder.
Yeah.
And last year he shot 300.
Yep.
And I think it was
Here. It was here.
It was here, right?
It was.
And I think it was the last game to make the match play. And I don't know if that was his first ever 300 or his first. It definitely was his first ever 300 in CBA competition.
Right.
But I don't know if it was first ever 300 in.
I think it was his second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because I remember Clark has helped coach him.
Okay.
So Clark was talking to him about that.
Sure. So here would this be the first? Oh, great shot. Is this the first persons of color matchup head-to-head in a stepladder?
I thought about that earlier, and
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but
Yeah.
if I was to bet on it, I would say yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I
Hey, Matt Payne, Mr. El Presidente, just came over here. He's close by the booth. I don't know if we can get him in here a little bit closer to get his insight, because he bowled all day today.
Sure, have a seat.
And Anthony Stewart, again, crosses over on the right lane for another strike. So he's got the front 6, and the last 2 on the right lane have been crossovers. So Matt Payne, El Presidente of the CBA, who ended up 8th today, was 12th.
Big run.
Was 12th going into position round, and then shot 250 and jumped up 4 spots.
Easy.
They're soft.
Well, that's what we're kind of thinking. But,
Yeah, if I can shoot 250, they're super easy.
From back here, they've looked pretty soft all day.
well, they kind of
Well, you
did.
haven't missed.
So, Matt, this pattern, we don't think it played like the original, where the graph looked like
What
it was
we
supposed to
thought
be
it
played.
would.
Yeah. So, but when I came in here about the third game, I started watching bowlers. And,
Get there. Good shot.
He's got the front seven. He's got a chance
Yeah.
for a 300 in a stepladder match. It hasn't happened that often, whatever. But anyway, people started gradually getting more and more right as the day went on, which is kind of unusual.
Very unusual.
Usually the other way.
Yep.
Yeah. So, how did you play him today? Was my question.
Well, I was to the right all day. I through qualifying and probably the first, I don't know, 4 games of match play. I was looking at like 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
With
in match play now,
in
after
match
qualifying,
play, yep.
even.
And I didn't move, but board with my feet, back and forth throughout the whole day. When I'd get to a pair that was tight, I'd move my feet right, get tight, or hook a little bit, move one more back.
But not a lot. You didn't have
Not
to.
a lot. There were not big moves because what I saw out of the guys that were left of me was a lot over under. They couldn't open it up and throw it to the right, but they couldn't shut the angles completely. And I was like, I'm not good enough for that.
Okay, that's kind of what I saw a lot of you. You had to be out to score for that stretch in there.
Yeah.
And then how about games like 7 and 8 in qualifying? Did you start moving in at all?
I didn't. No,
Okay.
I still had halfway decent look. It wasn't fantastic, but I guess I don't remember what I finished with, but I'm pretty sure it was like 220 the last game. So, and I didn't move.
And
much.
you stayed out, whatever.
Yep.
So
Yep. Yeah. It was. Yeah.
yeah, 2-0, 220 your last
Yeah,
2
2-0,
games.
220.
So
But match play was different. I mean, no real. I also it shouldn't have been as much. Shouldn't have been as different, but it was. It was.
Yeah, okay.
People were able to bump left, and obviously you're seeing.
they're in more now,
Yeah,
obviously, but
Jayvion is
still, and everybody's
left.
still using like big bowling
Yes.
balls.
Yep.
None of these really shiny things. And so I'm
shot.
watching these guys bowl. The only difference of these two guys right now is Anthony got 2 lucky crossovers on the right lane for strikes to get to the front 7, and
Those are huge.
and Jayvion, his first frame, he went high, left like a 3-pin, I believe. And then he also went high in the 5th frame. It looked like it hooked early off his hand, but then I look on the left lane, it looks like it hooked early, but it holds pocket.
Yeah.
So,
Yep. Yeah. That was the that was the kind of the clue out. The ball would hook twice.
okay.
It would hook just before the arrows, and then down lane it would hook again.
Good shot,
And that
Anthony.
was your cue to
Yes,
go
it
somewhere
go-
else.
Yeah.
But it did it early too. Like you couldn't throw the ball into the gutter. It was almost impossible.
So, it's funny you mentioned that because years and years ago in the urethane days with the Blue Hammers, and we had this guy named Chris Harrison on our team, when the short oil days, Chris Harrison used to say, try to throw the ball in the gutter halfway down the lane, then it would just hook to the pocket. That's kind of where you had to
Early.
play. I'm talking in the
Yeah,
90s,
I know, but
80s.
I'm saying early today you couldn't get it in the gutter.
Okay,
If you
all right. Well, that's kind of what I
It would peel
was
off
watching.
and-
So then I talked to Briley. Let's watch Anthony get this 9th strike here.
There you go. Good shot.
Hard to beat a guy that doesn't miss.
It is.
Exactly, yeah.
It is.
It's hard to beat a guy when he doesn't miss. But in saying that, if Jayvion can somehow strike out,
There's pressure.
there's
There is
pressure
pressure.
because not only if he doesn't get a strike, he's got to pick up a spare because otherwise
Yeah.
he ties a USBC record. If he goes 9 miss with the least amount of shots thrown in the game,
Right.
which would be 267, and it looks like Jayvion can have 269. So it's not over yet, even though he's got the front 9. Aren't you
Right.
supposed to relax at that point?
Yeah. Not quite.
This is going to
300
be.
anytime is tough.
This is going to, okay, if I remember correctly, the highest scoring CBA match was 300 to 279 up at Ridgeview in Duluth. It was Brad Larson and somebody else. And okay. Well, see, you said he pulled it in, but it looked like every shot he's thrown in that lane hooked early like that.
Okay. So
In the
maybe
left
he
lane,
didn't
he
pull.
got it in, and it's held pocket. And Anthony had 2 that hooked early like that, crossed over for strikes.
All right. So,
So
maybe they do have a
I'm
hook on
thinking
that
the right lane is. So what I was talking about earlier is Brice is going to go onto this pair. We'll be at 17-18 for the next match, and then the third match will be Brice is going to be the winner. As he
Are
watches,
we not bowling at 15-16?
no cameras. bad on 15 and 16.
Yeah, skipping it.
Stupid cameras.
Exactly. So get back to 13 and 14. Either way, is Brice paying attention that the right lane hooks more? I don't know if he's watching that. He just came off of
I
that
was
pair
just
with
gonna say
250.
He did.
So
So
you might know
he has a
that.
little insight on that pair, but it's going to change after
Right.
this match,
It'll be different now.
and then it'll sit for a match. So that's a big thing too. Much as you think it wouldn't be, it's a big thing.
They just dry out sitting there, don't they?
Yeah, or the oil just flattens out a little bit too.
All right, what's the last time we had 300 in a stepladder match?
Brent Newman for a title over Lumpy.
For the championship.
Yep,
Blaine zone.
Blaine Zone.
Well, Bolero, sorry. Bolero Blaine.
Bolero AMF strikes more. Whatever they're called.
Oh,
So all we
see the head pin of that, or the head of that pin coming across, and it keeps sliding this way. That goes that way. It takes that out.
You know, shooting 230 in your first ever stepladder match,
Pretty darn good.
score, and
230 and just about any step ladder that you bowl is going to be a
is
winning
going to win it.
score.
Yeah. I had said earlier Brady was going to be leading after about the third or fourth game in the match play.
You went out on a limb.
I went out on a limb that Brady's
Big
going to be
limb.
leading,
Big
and I
limb.
said whoever bowls him in the championships have to shoot 220, 230 to win because
Yeah.
Brady's going to have that much. We'll find out.
I think Brent liked our comment about his 300.
What did he
He
say?
gave us a smiley face
Ah,
with some
okay.
sunglasses on
Yeah.
it.
Was anybody there to watch? Was his opponent there to watch him?
His opponent was in the car before he threw the first shot in the 10th.
Yeah, his opponent may have been at Flaherty by the time he threw
Yep.
that last shot.
Yep.
Brent, I have not looked at your spreadsheet on the stats yet, whatever, but I will do that to see if it matches up with mine. But I do know there's a couple things, certain point things that you really don't quite know, where we give 2 extra points for the qualifying leader.
High qualifier,
We give
yeah.
like 7 points for the alternate. I'm not sure if that was on the prize list that I sent to you, whatever, but I'll explain all that later. But what I want to make sure is that you did the same thing that I did, so we'll teach you.
Yep.
Did I hear
Good
you correctly?
shot.
You guys, were you giving out the first team and second team
Yes,
All-Stars?
I was doing that.
And I thought I heard my name.
Do you want me to tell you where you finished?
Well, as long as it's in the first team, I.
You were fourth. You were
I'm
on the
in the
first
first
team
team.
again. It was Brady Stearns, Will Mateffy, Chad Nelson, Matt Payne, and Nick Heilman making the first All-Star
Nice.
team. Then David Langer, Josh Kennedy, Thomas Cleveland, who I think is the most improved bowler that we've seen around here. William Jones and Eric Schott rounded out the
nice.
top 10 for the second
Nice.
All-Star team. And Clark Polzer was 12th, just missed out on extending his record of making All-Star teams more than anybody ever. How's that look?
All right.
Good shot. Where we go now?
Did I tell you that time we had an insurance policy for somebody who shot 300 in a stepladder match? We had that one time in Eau Claire. It cost us $300 for insurance policy. We're giving away $5,000 if somebody shot a 300 in a stepladder match. The second tournament, Jerry Haldorf from Eau Claire, in Eau Claire, won $5,000 for shooting 300 in a stepladder match. Then next
My
year,
beer. Doug.
then next year, that insurance policy cost like way too much, so we couldn't have it again. So one and done on. How's it look?
There we
Very nice. It's hard to beat 300.
Way to run up the score.
You didn't need it all, Anthony, but nice game. Well, his
10
shirt,
grand.
his shirt says Columbia 300, so yeah, 300. You know,
Nope.
I just discussed that. We can't afford it anymore, or whatever. So. Yeah, if we had a better president, because the other president, Chuck Leone, who got us that 300 policy, whatever.
You skipped right over Chad. He was a president in there too.
I know, but he's not anymore. I'm going from the first to the last.
He was the worst president ever.
I'll be 17 and 18 because 15 and 16 cameras are out. So 17 and 18 to get 2 practice shots on each lane. Will, you get the choice then?
Good call, President. We need a photo.
That's why I'm here.
Oh yeah, we need a photo of the top 5 before we take the practice shots here. Let's get those photos. We don't want to mess those up. We have to have them for the yearbook stuff.
They don't even have their name on the wall anywhere. Unbelievable. We're never gonna know.
Where are we?
See?
I could say what Todd always calls this place, but I'm not going to.
Has a lot to do with work.
Exactly. Yeah, right. So they're the top 5 are going off to the side. Jason will be taking a picture of the top 5, so we have it in our
Johnny,
records.
you would have killed this pattern. I made the cut. You would have crushed
Actually,
this.
you know, honestly, of all, Johnny would have killed this one because John, you could have played right up first arrow. Outside of that, that's where the ball sucked to the pocket.
Oh yeah.
You would have.
Playing outside?
Oh yeah,
We would have been talking about all these records you broke.
exactly. He would have had a safety meeting every other frame, and then he would have done well.
You had time because all you did was strike. Throw a strike, run outside.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Probably rename this place to Holmes Open or Holmes Leonard Lanes.
He had to save his. He'd be bowling tomorrow at the MSC at Texatonka. I know
That's why
that.
we didn't have a Clark here.
Is that why?
Well, I'm guessing.
Probably.
Maybe at a tea time, I don't know, but I'm assuming he wanted to bowl the
He could have golfed too with Lumpy and Havlish. They always seem to golf a lot.
81 degrees, tough to be inside.
It is tough to be
Correct.
Well, it's tough to be inside when the place is this warm too. It's steamy inside the bowling center today.
It was as humid inside as it was outside today.
Oh, this was one of
All
the
right.
warmest.
Pictures are done, and so Will Mateffy and Anthony Stewart taking the warm-up practices
2 on each.
on 17 and 18.
Oh, he went right, or at least tried to the right. Look further right.
It did look further right. I didn't look on our monitor right here. I was
'cause
trying to look off
I'm
to the
not smart
side.
enough to do that.
I know it's right in front of us. Let's watch live bowling over there. So 2 crossovers on the right lane to shoot 300.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You're always going to get lucky in a 300.
The goal of the game is to knock 10 pins down, right?
And he
So-
threw all 3 of them in the 10s pretty good on that right
Yeah.
lane where he crossed over twice. So I didn't actually
He
see
learned.
if he just threw it better or moved. I didn't watch
Yeah,
that close.
Unfortunately, I was dragging all my equipment outside.
I'll have to
I
ask.
didn't
I'll
get
have to
see it
ask
until
him.
8th frame, 7th frame.
Threw it better is what I
go
would
with
say
that.
too. Yeah. And that's a hammer vibe. Is that what? Oh no, he's not using that now. Okay, he shoots 300 and then he goes another pair, moves right and throws a different ball. For practice, anyway. We'll find out what he does when he gets into the match. There's another question. You get 2 practice shots on each lane. Do you want to take both of them on the left lane and then both on the right lane, or do you want to go back and forth?
I go back and forth.
I think that's a better idea.
I throw, so like, if we go back to the position round, I threw what I'd been throwing all day, my first shot on the left lane, and I was like, I don't know if this is the ball. So I threw that same ball again on the right lane, and I go, this isn't the ball. Switched to a different ball, and that's what I used to shoot 250.
Okay.
So I gave it 1 shot in each lane to tell me it wasn't it.
That's what I'm thinking too. I do that when I have the same chance to do that, whatever. Because if you just take both of them in this lane, both on that lane, you kind of don't have the right feel of the lanes.
Yep. And, it's tough because your first shot out, where there's always about a 10 to 15 minute break because they're
It's a
calculating
little
numbers.
different.
So and the lanes are a little different, and you have there's a little weight because they're calculating everything, trying to figure out where
Yeah.
everybody's at. So
It's like you need a shadow ball to throw your shadow balls.
yep.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. So
Yeah.
we've always done, 2 on each. And maybe it should be a minute. I don't know. We don't.
2 on each is actually perfect because you
Yeah.
get you get an idea.
You really do get an
And,
idea.
I mean,
yeah.
you're already coming
Plus-
off of it too. So.
Plus, you bowled all day, and you probably bowled on that pair in the match play at some point.
Yeah. Well, we got 10 minutes of shads after qualifying, and we probably didn't need 10 minutes of
Oh,
shads.
probably
We
only
could have been
5. Yeah, that's
and
true.
We would have been 5.
Gentlemen there want to know what first place is.
Oh.
We don't know what first place is going to
sure.
be yet because I'll bring this up
Entry
right now.
fees
We just raised the entry fee. We hadn't raised the entry fee in, I don't know,
Since 1950.
it seems like it, whatever, but a long time. And so what we did is we raised the entry fee to help pay for it. Linus has gone up,
Yeah.
and Jason and all his hard work deserves at least another $1 or $2 per bowler for all the stuff he does with all these cameras and stuff we have out here. So it's going to probably pay at least in the neighborhood of $750, I would think,
Yeah.
with the 47 entries We do pay 1 for 3. I was discussing that earlier. A lot of other tournaments play 1 for 4, so first place sometimes is higher. But we are a tournament organization. We have monthly tournaments, and some of the money goes to the tournament director and the year-end tournaments. We got $7. I think we raised that too to $7 to the year-end.
I think so. At least that was what was
It was
talked
discussed,
about.
yeah. So that way it helps the year-end prize fund, where it's 1 for 2 cashing and more people make money. So anyway, let's go. It looks like Will is going to have Anthony start the match. So he has not striked in a stepladder match yet. See what he does right here.
And that is a ball change.
It's a ball change, and he carries out that kind of half 10.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Yeah, it seemed like that, whatever. Yeah. So ball change from 13 and 14 after he shot 300, and he threw. I think he threw one shot with that hammer vibe or whatever it was on 17, and then put it away.
Yeah, that's impressive.
It really is
You
impressive.
had to have pried that out of my hands.
I would not have changed,
Right. Unless it was complete drastically
and
different.
that's why we're both sitting back here, Matt.
That's true. That is true. One of us bowled, one didn't. So we have, we
I
have
know.
different excuses.
Exactly right. Yeah, but yeah, I tend to not change. Maybe, well, I stay with the same ball too long.
Yes.
Good shot.
Yep.
I usually try to figure. I usually figure it's me. You know that I didn't throw this right.
I
Whatever.
always blame me.
I do that all the time. Whatever. So, but yet if I'm watching somebody else and I talk about that, I'll go, "Well, that wasn't you. The ball just hooked early." But I
Right.
can't see myself doing that. But
Right.
maybe I should have somebody videotape me from afar all the time because I can see better that way.
About 95% of the time, I assume I threw it bad.
Well, I do too, because I do throw it bad. 95%. Yeah.
Right.
We just saw Brady Stearns sighting walking back and forth. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't have to bowl for another 2 games.
Well, right, yeah, he went in and had lunch with
Yeah.
the gal. Now he's still got time. He's probably going to go back and have lunch again.
Yeah.
Second
Well,
lunch.
he's had enough
Second
lunches.
lunch.
He's had enough lunches. Well, Will Mateffy
Well,
didn't
he
seem
was
to have any
right.
trouble. Yeah.
Ho hum.
I might be thinking differently when I said whoever has to bowl against Brady needs 230 to win. They might need 250
Yeah.
because Brady's going to have 230 to 240 probably. If they keep him like this, as my buddy Sodi would always say. Oh, the head.
Oh,
of
what
the
are we
pin.
doing?
I thought I had it over on.
Oh, it is. He just ran out the shot. Sorry.
I was like,
We thought it was off camera.
Yep. And we don't have it on at home, if you wouldn't know, but we use the software and we're looking at the screen that the software has, and there's a delay on Facebook. We weren't watching the Facebook, so I look up at the screen and there's nobody on the screen, and I'm like, we don't have the right pair up. No, Anthony just ran it out a few lanes, so.
Who would have thought that the head of the pin could... Now, we talked about this earlier, Matt. Will string pin machines knock
yeah.
that over?
yeah, that's.
We don't know that yet,
that's-
whatever.
yeah.
So.
The PBA 50 is actually bowling in a house with string pins.
We were discussing that. That's in Lehigh, Florida.
Yep.
And the home area of Matt McNeil, who works for Cubica selling string pin machines on the East Coast.
Okay.
That's his job. So, USBC. We're going to Baton Rouge, and then we go back to Nevada twice. Then we go to Greenville, North Carolina. And Jason and I are talking about it. Jason brought it up saying that will be the first string pin machine USBC tournament. Because they had to build it in a convention center. Why wouldn't you put in the brand new machines, and string pin is the way to go if they're USBC certified? So we're thinking that could happen.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. To me,
Interesting.
that just makes the perfect storm of it has to be built. It's another 3 years of perfecting designing and
8.
everything else, you know.
Right.
Enough time for them to you know, whatever furthering they need to do in their minds to do it, but it would be so much more inexpensive, which means right away that's why they would do it.
right.
Correct.
I mean,
I
that
would
means
just hope that if the inexpensive would come back to the bowler, like we'd see an increase in
No,
payouts.
nah.
That would be awesome.
Come on.
Good
Matt.
luck.
I understand that I'm crapping one hand and hoping
yeah.
the other and see which one fills first, but
We have a little bit of
I can
a
hope, right?
little bit of a pin jam issue on 18. Looks like the crack staff here at Andover Lanes, the Triple Shift Entertainment facility, is taking care of that. Speaking of that, Triple Shift, I'm just going to Classic Bowl, another Triple Shift center, and our good buddy Scott Sodergren just retired from Classic Bowl after being in the bowling business for 48 years.
Wow. That's it?
Yes, that's it. So that's a
quitter.
Mike Schmidt says, "Here, hold my beer."
Exactly. Yeah, good point.
Quitter.
But Mike Schmidt did not work on his knees and the machines in the back.
Right.
Whatever, but
Well, he's got his arm might be a little.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he has a real bowling ball. He engraves them.
He
engraves
does.
the plaques.
I called Schmitty for our trophies awards for the Times Naham.
Yeah.
And he goes, anything else you want to put on him? And I said, it's the 61st year of the tournament, so only 1 year shy of how long you've been in the pro shop business.
That's pretty good.
And it is. He's been in 62 years.
That's crazy.
That means he's 82 years old.
Oh.
And that's how you end your string. That's
the
crazy.
collective groan of the packed house here at Andover. Can't believe that he left a 7-10.
15 in a row,
and
then a 7-10. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I don't think we've ever seen a 7-10 picked up on live stream of the CBA.
Well, you're going to see it now.
I like it. Do some work.
Well, he's got to hit one pin first. Okay, he did that. I'm looking from the side, and I didn't think he was going to get there on it, whatever. But
that's too bad. I mean, obviously, anytime it's a 7-10, everybody goes, it wasn't your best shot, of course. But it could have been one. I mean, it could have just been one.
You hope to get the 9 spare out of it.
Didn't have to be two of them.
Chris Castle, hi from Australia. Last time I saw you, you were in Las Vegas. God, you get around the world quickly, don't you? Cassie is watching. Last time I saw you, you were in Vegas also.
Yeah. There were quite a few Minnesotans
at that same time, weren't there? Yes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness.
He didn't like it, and he stuffed the 8 pin.
And the fact that he didn't like it obviously means he didn't throw it his best. But again, your two back-to-back shots are a 7-10 and an 8-pin.
Yeah.
I don't know.
After 15 in a row.
Yeah. That tells you
on two lanes, on two pairs.
How we got 2 crossovers last game for strikes to get 300, and here he throws 2 better shots than the 2 crossovers. Yet he doesn't strike.
That is the karma.
Of
our sport.
Yeah, instant
really
karma.
is.
It's going to get you if you're a John Lennon fan, which I am. His song, Instant Karma. All right, Will's going to jump on that. He's going, okay. I'm not sure. Okay, in his mind, it's just he's not really thinking anything but just throwing strikes. Nothing to do with what the other guy did, but just throw strikes.
Right. That's pretty good.
He posted that one. Got her pretty good. It's very solid. He's going, I want to bowl Brady.
Yeah. He's going to get through Brice, though.
The only difference between those two, the experience of Will in the stepladder over Brice. But Brice, I want to say he's much younger, but he's younger by what, 3 years? I don't know.
I guess
something
I
like
don't
that.
know, yeah.
I mean, what is Will? 26-ish?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Bryce is 21 or 2-ish?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're right. 3 or 4 years.
But just the experience out here on the CBA stuff, Will has them on that. There's some loud clapping by the fans back here for the 6-bagger, so he's halfway. We might have another 300 in a stepladder. We've never had back-to-back 300s in a stepladder in the CBA tournament.
We're having some issues with some.
It's funny. They were working on 17 before the last, right after position round, and they had to reset something because the 8-pin, something was going on with the 8-pin.
Yeah.
And then then Anthony leaves an 8-pin on 17.
Right.
After it just dawned on me that was an issue.
Obviously, take a look and see.
Well, he called you, so it must be his kid's iPhone or something.
It's his work
Oh,
phone.
he's got dose.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a pin jam on 17.
Pile up on 17.
It's a pile up.
A pin.
What's the
pile.
difference between a pin jam and a pile up if you were to call back to your mechanic?
I'm not a mechanic, but
But what would you call back to the mechanic if it was at Southway?
on
Bowl?
80, I'd call it a pile up because
Okay.
on these machines, they don't like jam in a cup or anything. There's a table and a belt that drops them into
Okay.
the table, and when that happens, they pile up in a spot coming off that belt. For
Okay.
some reason, it hasn't advanced. The distributor doesn't advance, and so, anyways, yeah,
You know when that'll never happen again?
with string pins.
There you go.
Yep. You ever heard tied up on lane 7 before though?
No, but we will.
You will.
Oh,
Oh,
almost left a 9
yeah,
in there or
you
whatever.
got,
So
you got away with that 9 pin
tied
for sure.
up on lane 7. We're going to listen to that
Yeah.
when
Yep.
string pin machines come around with these two-handers. Okay, first of all, the PBA 50 was bowling on the string pins. Those guys aren't like the two-handers with the big revs.
Right.
And so they're not going to throw pins around as much as a regular PBA member.
Right.
So we'll see what happens when those pins go flying.
It'll be interesting to
Get
see.
Jason Belmonte and EJ Tackett throwing pins around, and Anthony Simonson. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I can't wait to watch it just to kind of see what's going on.
Oh boy, get down there. Oh, I did.
There's some hold, I think,
There
down
is a
there
hold,
right now.
yeah.
So we talked about it earlier. There wasn't a lot of urethane going down earlier in the day. Was there or wasn't there?
There wasn't a lot, but I definitely saw people throwing urethane. Like, I think Josh Kennedy started out with urethane out. I saw it go down the lane.
In practice,
Bryce,
or
Brice was scoring with
okay,
urethane.
okay.
Definitely through game 3, because I
Okay.
ran into him down there, or 4. But I think people realized it wasn't the thing. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was something used, that's for sure.
But I think a lot of people, CBA tournament wise, when I see these bowlers, they
Over Rocky.
are using urethane to see if it's going to work or not. And
Sure.
for sure in practice, and then
Sure.
and they don't want to, you want to keep the ball in play. First game or two, you're not out of it completely, whether the scores are high or low. You can keep it in play and pick up your spares. You're
Right.
still safe.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people that go, oh, we have to play to the right, so I'm going to throw urethane.
Yeah, there's
Where
that,
I
too.
think I can throw urethane, and I'm not going to say it's wrong,
I'm still alive.
but it's
Rocky threw out the over-under on
saw
Will
that.
at 278.5, which is a great number, Rocky. I love your gambling mind. I took the over.
I'm taking the over because
Yep,
you
I
just
took
leave
the
a
over.
solid 9 or 10 or 8 or something, and that's still 279 then.
Yeah, I took the over.
Unless he decides to.
Tom, when was the last 300 in the step ladder?
I brought it up earlier. Never back-to-back 300s in a step-ladder match.
Never.
Never, ever.
not even once.
We'd be
Let's
having
go.
history right here. Let's
I
go.
love
I
it.
like it. Let's go. And then,
So how many 300s have been in the step ladder? Obviously, we just talked
I
about
think 3.
Holdorf having a 300.
Brad
so at least
Larson
3,
and
only
Brent
4.
Newman. Those are, 4 now with
4 with
Anthony.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
I'm thinking that's, as far as I know, in my history that I know of the CBA.
It's pretty good history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you know.
That I know,
That
exactly,
you,
yeah.
that you know. Yeah.
So you want to tell Anthony he used the wrong ball? He just shot 300 and he changed his bowling balls.
I won't be the one to tell him. I'm sure he's thinking it. Although, if he's thinking it, he probably is going to try it in the 10 just to see.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that, because that's what makes people drive off bridges on the way home. Nope. You keep throwing that ball till you're done, son. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's on the rack now, the one that he used before, so it's got his thumb slug in it. So.
Oh, no.
All right, here, Will, go 9th frame. Let's have it. Let's have back-to-back 300s.
Oh!
no!
Bok choy!
And every 300, you need to have a lucky one.
Yep.
Or two along the way. There was his lucky one. That's a song by Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Oh, it's a lucky man. That's what it is. I heard it on the radio today. You probably wouldn't know it, Matt. You're way younger than I am.
Way younger.
Emerson, Lake and Palmer was a good band in the 70s. I'm a lucky man. Look it up.
I'll look it up.
If he gets this one, he'll have 300. And I think he'd get 11 and 12 no matter what. If he doesn't get this one, he's not having 279.
Oh, he missed in by a bunch.
Let's raise our hands.
That's called strategy, to leave the pin that you have to shoot in the middle of the lane. If you're going to leave one, leave it in the middle.
I actually don't like this because even if he makes it,
He's not going to try.
he's got a strike for my over.
Exactly.
See, that's why I went up.
Or I owe Rocky
Whatever
like
you owe
a
him, whatever.
fictional, I don't know, $1.
What ball is Will using?
It looks like something. Well, what he just threw there, something with some surface on it, but I think he was throwing what's green and black.
Green and black?
At least.
That was a disturbed way back.
It was a disturbed way back. No, he's throwing like that.
That's an absolute power, I think.
Got some surface too.
Yeah, that's an absolute power. He just
13-14, Brice.
For sure it is, yeah.
Oh.
Yes,
You did it, Jason. You got the over.
I did it.
The over-under, Will, was 278.5.
I took the over. Thank you.
You won us money.
I took the under. Thanks.
Anthony Stewart, great tournament.
Hey, you tried to give me the under by going Brooklyn twice. I appreciate the effort.
All right, we're going back over to 13 and 14. It'll be Will Mateffy against Brice Keykal, who Brice Keykal is making his first ever appearance in a stepladder match. And Brice is going to get the choice of who starts the match. And if I'm saying anything by watching what's going on, Brice should be finishing on the left lane and not bowl on that right lane very much. Because that seems to be the trickier one, even though he just came off of that a couple games ago. Here, I got to get over to 13 and 14 here. There we go. Let's watch him practice. I'm very curious what's going to happen on this right lane. Brice's first shot, did it hook early? No, he didn't seem to have that trouble that the other guys had on that 14. I would think, I'm not sure, but I think Brice can play a little bit straighter than Will. Yes, that first shot I saw both of them throw was it. So. If Brice is paying attention, he's having Will finish on the right lane.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What ball is Brice using?
I don't know. I'll look here.
Will looks like he's using a much duller bowling ball than Brice is using. He's got to cover more board.
Phase 2.
That's what Brice is using? Still the ultimate storm ball, right? That's been around forever and ever, and it's still everybody still uses them. Good tournament, man.
Can't be too mad. I can't shoot 301 in this game. So.
You can't shoot 301. Jayvion just came into the booth here and he says, I can't shoot 301, so I wasn't going to win once I missed. Very good tournament, though, Jayvion. You had 300 here last year.
Yeah.
I remember that. So, yeah. Well, but anytime you get to the Stepladder of a CBA tournament, you did really well.
Thank you.
So this is Brice's last practice shot on the left lane, and he threw two really good shots on that left lane. I don't think he likes the right lane, but sometimes somebody wants to just want to finish the match first. They don't really look at the better lane. They just don't want to be the guy up at the end with the ball in hand. Yes, he wants, so they put the pressure on. So let's see what he does. But
Phase 2 is correct for Brice, and then RSTX1 is
that's what he was throwing the first
is what Will was throwing.
10 shots. And then he
it looked a little bit surface on that RXTS one.
Which
Yep.
that is.
That's the way it comes?
Yep. It's a 2000 out of the box, so it's got some surface.
It looked more surface than that, though.
Well,
Well,
2000
there's nothing saying he didn't take
that's what I'm-
throw it in a bag of gravel, or something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It looked like a.
Mr. President.
Chris Castle is calling
Buttering me up.
Matt. I was gonna say Matt McNeil. I mean Matt Payne, Mr. President. So
Butterhip Spain.
Butter. Nope.
okay, here we're going here. We got Will Mateffy is going to start the match. So Brice
You didn't have
is
look
going
up and see
to
the
make sure.
putt that just went in. It literally wrapped all the way around the cup and then dropped.
Are we talking golf or
Golf.
bowling here?
Golf.
Yeah,
Let's get back to bowling.
exactly.
Unbelievable.
Whatever. So.
Can't believe we deviated.
I can't believe it either.
Good
whatever.
shot.
So I started to say that Brice is going to make sure that Will finishes on the right lane. Now, I don't know if that had anything to do with the lane itself or Brice wanted to just finish the match.
Sure.
Because he's finishing the match on the left lane, which, in my opinion, it's the easier lane.
I don't know if
Throughout the day, the left lane seemed to be the tighter lane.
Okay, that makes sense then because there's a lot more hold on that lane.
Yep.
I don't know if he threw absolute power there, so I don't know if he's making a change or if the RSTX1 was the testing it
Gotcha.
out kind of thing. But yeah, he's got absolute
Here's
power in his
Brice's
hand
first
now.
shot, stepladder match in a CBA tournament.
Not a bad
And
shot.
He's been here before.
Yep.
You know, like they say on the PBA tour, these young kids, nothing bothers them
Mm-hmm.
anymore.
It's true.
It seems like it. I mean, they don't hang up on their thumb or anything anymore.
Yeah. Fearless.
That would be Mark Keykal.
absolutely.
And then his mom, Julie, watching at home, is probably more nervous than either one of them.
That's a good thing she's not here.
She'd have 9,000 steps.
It would,
pacing back and forth,
and it
right,
would get
Julie?
loud.
Well, you posted that shot, too.
Yeah, that was pretty darn good. You
I
bet.
talked earlier about he grew up at Princeton Lanes with Zach Andreessen.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a pretty good state high school team. They won state one year. And not only did they win state in bowling, they won state in basketball.
Yeah, they did.
The
Yep.
same year. Same
Makes
guys.
sense.
And who was the coach for both of those teams? Mark Keykal.
Yeah, he was.
The dad.
Yep.
It's almost like he knows a little thing or two.
He's kind of a tall guy.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Don't.
Okay, I take it all back.
That's taking it too far. He's just tall.
Okay, I asked him one time, I saw him bowling in a match somewhere, and I go, well, are you the coach of this team? He goes, yeah, I just let Zach Andreessen do it all. I just stand back.
All right.
It's like
All square.
what,
Good
Phil
shot for
Jackson
Will.
and Michael Jordan.
Yeah, exactly.
Just get him the ball.
Exactly.
Oh, all right.
Speaking of that,
Oh, I figured you were watching, Julie.
Chris Finch just give Anthony Edwards the ball. Yeah, let's win this game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Good thing you're watching, Julie. I knew you would be. Got on the big screen at home.
When do we usually get the checks in the mail?
He'll mail them out within about a week or less. As long as you got your address and all that stuff.
I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, make sure.
He's got a list.
Last time you cashed, you took smart, right? You're taking cash now, right? Or check, yeah.
Oh, you got that one in. He got it in, but that was a left lane where he held pocket, but it was a dead 10 because he got it in too much. But that would have hooked, I think, a little high on the right lane from what I've been watching this last hour on that lane, or that pair. Wow, that's the break that Brice needed, so now he can't lose. Recalling my history of CBA stuff about 3 games in the Stepladder finals, I remember one time Carl Feitek did have 800 in his 3 games in the Stepladder finals. Not saying that Will's going to have a chance to bowl 3 games, whatever, but he did have 279, and obviously starts out with a double spare. So if he has a big game here and wins, he has a chance to shoot 800 in a Stepladder finals.
Oh, peel. Nice.
That just glided right up there for a solid strike and didn't overreact or anything. It looked so easy.
Right.
So balanced,
Yes.
posted, smooth. Well, all the two-handers typically are smooth because they don't pinch it.
Well, right.
They don't hang up.
You can't hang up in the thumb when you don't have your thumb in it.
So do they ever?
Or you can't squeeze it. Can you squeeze it?
I was just going to kind of ask the same thing. Do you ever your fingers get loose, tight
Between your 2 hands?
Yeah.
Squeezing it.
I know. We're going to have to ask these questions as we move on with more and more two-handers. Let's ask Todd Savoy. He's sitting over at the right over, just chuckling at us. So. Oh, okay.
That was a miss.
All right.
He must have got it in.
Yeah.
Which it probably would have been fine on the right lane because it was well, maybe not. It would have hooked high. He just missed too much left.
Yeah.
Now you
No.
gotta take a second and calm yourself.
Could have thrown it harder.
Yep. I was going to say maybe amped up a bit there. Yep.
The 6 count hurts because you can lose pin count there, and there's a myriad of ways to miss this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. This is in the range of the 36910 spread.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to throw it right
this
now.
is easier than the 36910, but
It says you.
Yeah, great cover. Anything with,
Multiple.
double wood is never fun to shoot
I
at
think-
when you're in pressure or it's tough.
I'd rather shoot the full bucket than the 245. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is, but I don't know. In a 2.8, that's even tougher yet, but there's 2 less pins.
Yeah. I am not a fan of the 2.8.
No.
Oh, good shot. All right, we're at a match.
We have a match.
270, 270 off the sheet right now. So
Where's Rocky?
nothing but
Over under Rocky. What are you calling here?
He'll probably want to let it get to the 6th frame before he does
Well, yeah, you can't say it too soon.
it. Right.
Yeah, when you predict too soon and you're wrong, you can't tell everyone how smart you are.
Right.
If you wait
point.
till it's almost done and then you predict, people are like, God, he was close. You know?
He's good at this. Yeah.
Will takes more time getting up to the approach than he does once the ball in his hand.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he's real quick once he gets on the
He
approach.
just goes right there. Yeah.
Once
Yep.
he gets the hand in, and then
Yep.
he's gone.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a good shot.
He learned some of that from John East because he
I was
grew
gonna
up at
say.
Country Club Lanes. But, John would have been gone and the ball would have struck before Will even got his hand in the ball.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't John take off without putting his thumb completely in the
Sometimes
ball?
he does because then he changes his hand position. Sometimes halfway through his approach, I better do it this time, this way.
Yeah. Good for him.
Exactly.
Oh, great shot.
See how they snapped that 10
That
out?
6 head.
No,
Just
the 10 had no chance with that 6
Yeah.
snapping out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You and I would have laid the 6-pin gently in the pit,
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
right in the flat channel, and let it.
Oh yeah, I'd be picking my spare ball up, trying to pick up that 10 pin or whatever. Over under 236.5 for Will. Well, I'll take the over on that. Come on, Rocky. That's not going out on a limb at all. He's not going to win the match with that.
Not currently. He did bucket over here. Let's see what. Ball got to the right. All right. It's a little lazier.
I didn't watch on the monitor that time. I was trying to watch in between the monitor and the computer here, whatever. So I didn't actually see where he hit at the arrows on that one. Was it in more than the last one, or did he throw it better?
I think he was softer.
Softer. That's okay.
Jinx by me a Coke.
He could have been a little amped up after that. Starting out with the
I
front
think that
three.
is what the case was. Yeah, he definitely was a little softer on that, and it shaped much better. And well,
Still
I shouldn't say
hair
much
lazy.
better. It was light and lazy, but it got there and carried.
That's pretty good.
I was going to say that was
Yep.
soft off his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, and that lane hooks a little bit earlier.
Yep.
Could
Oh, for sure.
He's
Yep.
not old enough to trip 4 pins though, Todd.
No, he's got like 20 years, doesn't he?
20. He's got way more than that. You weren't here, Matt, when we were talking earlier when Todd Savoy years ago. Todd used to hook the ball. I don't know if you knew that, whatever.
He kind of still does.
And so he used to bowl in his other team called the Minnesota Loons, and he would like,
Oh,
you know,
with them
he-
shots?
yeah, with the Shot Brothers.
Yeah.
And he would leave like say 4 pins or 4 9s or whatever. Then he joined the Lakers, and in his Hall of Fame speech, the CBA Hall of Fame speech, because I joined the Lakers, all of a sudden I brought the 8-10 and the 5-7 and the wobbly 5 pin. It's not like we changed you, Todd. I think he just got older. He didn't want to say that. And now his kid outhooks him by 18 boards, whatever. Oh, that was in, wasn't it? Okay, now that one I'm looking at the monitor looked like you got it in, but that lane you can get it in on. All right. Hey, Nate Anderson is watching. Nate bowled his first CBA in a long
Thanks
time.
for bowling, Nate.
Yeah, he bowled Nationals with us.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing how tall he is to get so low to the ground.
Yeah.
And he's another John
really
East
well?
protege. That he grew up bowling at a country club and learned the game from John.
Go. Yeah.
Oh, he can leave a half 10.
He sure can. His
And
half 10 look like it could actually have done something. Ours are just
No, yeah.
done. Right.
Well, you know what? When you leave the 5 with the 8 and the 10, it's an easier spare. So there's nothing wrong with the 5 8 10 compared to the 8 10.
We'll get over there.
All right, so what do we got here? We got 7-pin lead for Brice in the 6th frame. Oh, yeah, hell of a match. I still think it's that even though Brice is up, obviously it's his advantage, but I still think it's advantage him because he can finish on the left lane. I think when Will finishes on that right lane in the 10th frame, needing to have a strike, it might hook early, and don't know what's going to happen there.
Right.
We'll see if I'm right.
He's going to make a move at this point because he left a 4 for
Correct.
the last, so it's always a guess a little bit. That was pretty good.
That's pretty lucky, as we call it too. So, is that
Yeah.
hooking a little earlier? Or did you set it down a little short? You know, I think the nerves are going to get there right now because he senses a win
Yeah.
in this game. You don't want to get ahead of yourself, but it's really easy to start thinking ahead of yourself.
Yep.
And this one is key right here because if he strikes here, he's got that double, and of course he can take the lead. And not only that, he's set up for the 10th then because he knows what the lane's like. You said he's going to move in. What did he do?
Moved in and
Leaned
leaned on it.
and got that half 10 carry. He's not too excited yet though, which I like what he's doing right out there. He still has to throw another shot right now. Now is when if he strikes here, he could kind of get a little bit excited because he's going to sit down for 5 minutes or whatever it takes. We assumed that he moved left because he went high for that 4-pin last frame, whatever. So he gets a strike here. He can't be shut out. and it goes back to that 6 count compared to a 9 count.
Yeah. That count, man.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a strike just because it's an easier lane for him.
Something didn't feel right.
I like that. Just take your time. He knows this is a crucial shot. A lot of people would just go. Me, I would just go.
Yep.
And I think about why didn't I stop? Whatever, things like that. That's why I'm sitting back here watching, whatever.
Went through his whole routine again.
That's a really good thing.
It is. A lot of people don't. They
Correct. They just
shrink it a little. They just go. That was a great shot.
Gee, you kind of ran it out a little bit, knowing I got it, whatever. Okay, so we're not on a PBA tour or whatever, but how much time did he take? And was that too long? And a new rule in the PBA tour, you get 0.
He would have been brushing up on. Well, the first one would have been a
Warning.
Oh, the first one is a warning.
Yep.
so
Then
he would
0.
have been fine,
Okay.
But yeah, I
So
think
it
he
is
was brushing up on being a little too long.
Right. All right, come on, Brice. You need to have this one have any chance. He has to strike out.
Yeah, punch out, put the pressure back. It's pretty good.
No, not then. It hooked it a little bit earlier. Got up a little bit high. Obviously, it's the 9-pin and ball. The ball was just high.
10 out of 10 times, that's a good shot.
Yeah,
That is.
absolutely is a good shot.
You can't hate yourself on that one.
Nope.
You gave it a chance. Spare it up, punch, and just hope.
And hope that he's got to force. He needs to spare up and punch to force him to spare.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunate break right there.
All right.
$1 million 9-pin. There's no
Yep,
problem picking
good
that
stare.
up. Has to have these two. Have any chance of winning.
Oh, perfect.
You know that 9-pin came to haunt me one time.
Only once.
1987 CBA tournament down in Holiday Lanes in Albert Lee. I needed a second strike in the 10th to win a CBA tournament against Barry Zimmerman.
Oh, yeah.
I left a 9-pin in the second one. I lost. So I know what it's like leaving a 9-pin to have a chance to win a title.
Man, that's a
Hold.
heck of a jaunt for Barry, too, coming from Moorhead. Isn't he
No,
on
Grand Forks.
yeah, even longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed in on that one.
Yeah.
Very nice tournament
Unfortunate.
for Bryce.
Unfortunate bad breaks at the wrong time.
Yeah.
9-pin,
Yep.
4-pin.
Because that could have easily, he had a pin touch it. He could have easily kicked that 4-pin out.
Yeah.
Just like the 9. The 9 had people by it.
Yeah, he obviously had to have a double to force Will to spare. Now that's over. Shooting 224 with all balls in the pocket except for that bucket. Very good tournament for Bryce.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
Good showing.
Yep. Very good show.
So Will's going to have a chance to shoot 800 in the stepladder now. You have 250 here. He had that 279 to start with. Let's see if we have 800 in the stepladder finals. We never really kept track of 800s in CBA tournaments. We've only kept track of the 300s.
Sure.
I don't know why, because 800 is a lot tougher to get than a 300. But whatever reason, the 300 is like people know that's perfect.
Right.
And
Yeah.
always
And
in
he-
the 11th.
Yeah, he throws one of his worst shots, and then, he gets it. But that's how it happens.
Bryce, you have nothing to hang your head about. It was a very good
great tournament. Yep.
You bowled against the best bowlers in this 5-state area. Yes, first step ladder ever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty good.
Plus qualifying second amongst all these bowlers in there. So we are not having a first-time winner, and we're probably going to have a split the bet you win pot.
More than likely here, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure these two guys are in.
Yeah. Oh, boy, that got down the lane.
I'm assuming he's making some adjustment on that lane, whatever. I don't think Will liked the fact that he was runner-up to Brady Stearns for Bowler of the Year last year. So he's going to try to get ahead of him.
Yeah.
But, he's not going to be ahead of him because if Will wins, he's got 25 points. But Brady be second for the 23 plus the 2 for qualifying.
Yeah.
They both have 25 points
They would.
after the first tournament, if that's the way it works. And Brady's all concerned about that over there. You can see him nervously say, "Hey, I need to." Oh,
He's looking up his
phone.
tea time tomorrow.
Exactly, whatever. Him and Carl Campa. Yeah, right, exactly.
Oh,
So,
Carl's got to go work at the liquor store tomorrow, I'm sure.
oh yeah, because they're
Maybe he's-
open on Sundays now.
Well, maybe he's bowling the old people tour.
No. Well, at Tex, he won a tournament at Tex, so he should bowl that one. Carl, that is. All right, so 247 to 224. You got these scores written down, Jason? What's going on in the Stepladder? Our championship match will be on 17 and 18. Will Mateffy, Brady Stearns, 2 practice shots on each lane. We'll watch them do that, and then we'll see who picks what lane to start or finish on.
Yes.
Did we stop the loose line? Did I win? No.
Very good, Brice. Very good.
What did I hit?
I shouldn't have been there.
Little flap.
First of many step ladders. You'll be back.
Awesome.
I think it was because you bowled for your dad on Thursdays on the 2.5 team. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been that good.
Full sodium. Full sodium.
Well, yeah, because it'd save you money, Mark. The full sodium alert on lane 18.
No way.
Oh, yeah. Doug Johnson. You know Doug Johnson?
Yeah.
He bowled with us at Nationals. He grew up a country club also. So did Nate. He left the full sodi right next to full sodi in their team event, but then he picked it up. He picked it up. Yeah, we got that on video. He picked up.
I've only seen that like maybe 3 times.
I've seen it
ever.
twice picked
Yeah.
up. Well, besides that, when we did the full sodi shootout
Right,
thing,
right.
whatever. The first person I saw pick it up was John East. The only person
I'm sure he was ecstatic. When he
Oh
did
yeah,
it.
he ran it out, whatever.
Slapped it off.
Yeah, oh yeah. And the only person I know who never shot at it is Scott Sodergren. He never shot
Well,
at the
he
full
left it for
sodi.
296, right?
Yeah, 294.
94 or 90. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. 294.
So here's a little bit of trivia. I mentioned this before. So I'm on the same pair with Sodi. This is back in like 1988 or 9, somewhere around in there. Maybe, no, it would have been 90, 91-ish at Minnehaha Lanes when he shot that 294. He let go of it. He was laughing, whatever. And so nobody ever had 294. Sodi and I are bowling doubles with Chad and Dan Bach up at Wyoming. Stars and Strikes, whatever it's called. We're bowling on the same pair with Bach and Nelson, and Dan Bach has 294. I've seen 2 294s, and I'm on the same pair of both of them. I've never seen another one. Never heard of another one, actually.
Nope. So it's a good score.
Well, yeah, better than 293.
All tough one to shoot 292.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been done, I guess, but for a long time it hadn't been. I mean, here's how bowling got to be kind of I don't want to say a joke. 300's got to be a little bit of a joke. People are trying for 292s.
Yeah.
Okay, when you just because they needed to have some, they had enough 300s, whatever.
When you don't feel proud enough about perfection or your own score or anything else, and it becomes a gimmicky,
Yeah.
just I have so many 300s, I don't care.
That's no respect for the game.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
you know another thing I really don't like when there's no respect for the game? When it's one guy I know who had the first 11 in a summer league and threw the ball between his legs.
Yeah.
Got a
Yeah.
strike, and I didn't like it. Some people thought it was joking funny. I go, that's just showing no respect for the game.
Yeah.
There's somebody in the back could have been watching you for the first time, and to see you do that, and they turned off people of bowling, whatever. So I'm not going to say the guy's
Well,
name.
how hard is it? You can throw between
Yeah.
your legs and strike.
Yeah.
And of course, we all know that house patterns and tournament bowling, league bowling and tournament bowling, they're
Chopping the bed.
not
We figured that.
they're not the same.
figured I'd tell before.
Okay, so here we got Brady Stearns
Did
has
you hear that?
13 CBA
I
titles.
did. Okay.
Will Mateffy has 5 CBA titles, and Brady's going to elect to have Will start the match. Now, I don't know if we talk about this all the time, whether he liked the left lane, right lane better, or does he want to just like finish the match first? I really don't know. Brady, I don't think he's won enough that he's probably going to pick the lane he wants to finish on first, or that he would finish on best.
Sure.
He doesn't
Yeah.
want to just like get the match over with. He doesn't care if he has a ball in his hand at the end.
We have a
All right.
birthday party.
Here we go. In order. Rocky, I'll take Brady. Lucas, yes, it's the finals. Dana, you're right. Zach,
Dana Wright? You're
Zach,
right.
Dana Wright's right. Zach, thanks for watching and good bowling last
What was
Tuesday night.
Dana right about? He says Sullivan.
That's the between the legs guy I was talking about. Okay. And Zach, miss seeing you here today. Glad you're watching.
Do I be that guy and walk down like, hey, stop it, kid.
There's some kids screaming.
We'll see you maybe tomorrow.
No, you will.
I'm still kind of on the fence. I'm still on the fence
I will
a
see
little
you
bit.
tomorrow.
Hey, Mark, Brice needs to watch you bowl all day tomorrow, like you watched him bowl all day today.
And I don't want him to come.
I know it. Bowl good tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was interesting. Who reset the pair? So 17 reset right in the middle of.
What's going on?
Yes, you're on first ball. Yeah. So
So he struck and everything's good.
yep, everything's good. The timing of the re-rack on 17.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was very crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'll ever see anything like that ever again.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, we're talking about the dog and Minot. Brady was up to bowl.
Oh, I
Guy
heard
walked
about.
in.
I remember watching
The
that.
guy walked in with his dog not on the leash, and the dog
Yeah.
took off, ran out, got out of just before the arrows, and went 3 lanes over, stopped before the televised pairing came on.
Yeah.
And they
I remember watching that.
He was so scared, that dog, and he
Oh.
was sliding all over the oil, and he goes sideways, and everyone figured the whole finals was wrecked.
Yep.
And he stops like 12 inches before that pair, turns around and comes back.
Yep.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. They backed Brady
Good
up.
shot.
And then Brady,
Yeah.
Brady goes up, stuffs an 8-pin.
Yeah.
It was unreal.
What kind of dog was it?
What
Like a golden
No, I was
retriever-ish
trying
looking.
I was trying to think it was some sort of bowling name dog.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately not.
Was it like the golden retriever? No, whatever.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
It
never-
was-
yeah, I know.
that's boring.
Yeah. All right, so Brady is still using a big, strong ball here in the last game of the tournament for the championship. So it tells you there's still plenty of oil
Oh, yeah.
and plenty of just needing a big ball to get through all that.
Nash, thanks. I'm glad you're watching, and thanks for coming out to bowl. It was good to see you here today, and I do hope you come and bowl many more. Good shot, Will.
We have a match.
It's a good match.
Sure do.
You bet.
Really not a possibility of a tie. Oh, it really can't happen yet if they both,
I mean,
I just happened to see a clip of Nelson Burton Jr.
Oh, my gosh.
and Chris Schenkel the other day, so.
yeah, if you 3-count gutters, we have a tie.
Exactly, yeah.
What?
If he goes 7-1-6-2, we could tie.
I've done that. The 7-1-6-2 part. So,
All right, good shot.
what ball is Brady using?
Harsh reality still.
Still.
That's all day.
Yeah. Okay. From the beginning.
That's all day.
His worst game was game 2. He shot 160, and I don't know that he was throwing it. And then that's all I've seen him after that.
Okay.
Has been the harsh reality.
And
Yeah.
Will is using what now? This game.
I think he's still throwing that absolute.
That
power.
absolute
Okay.
power, I believe, yeah.
So you use that RXT one just for
Looked like it
some
was just a
practice or
shot or
whatever.
two, yeah, and it never made the cut.
That'll happen.
You look at her clapping down on 1 and 2 and Brady hasn't even thrown yet.
Yeah.
Good shot.
You know,
Creeping high though.
if you're bowling in a championship match and you've sat around and watched 3 other matches, the best thing to do is start with a 4-bagger. You have a pretty good chance of winning.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he's just trying to time the screams and cheers from the birthday party
Exactly.
properly.
Oh, yeah, he's very nervous sitting back here. I can see that, whatever. He took a couple deep breaths. It's getting noisier here. Huh. That crowd goes wild. Packed house here at Andover
Oh,
Lanes.
that's it.
Nope, that is
That's the RSTX one there. Yep.
Is there a possibility of him using 2 different bowling balls?
It's possible, but I don't know that he is.
Well, that absolute is
Yeah,
still
they
no.
dropped the
Yeah. I wonder if he just changed right there, or maybe I didn't see it in the second, and he changed there after leaving something in the first. But
Spending a lot of
yeah.
time wiping that bowling ball off.
Well, because he takes 7 seconds to go.
Oh, there you go.
It's
Yeah.
like, might as well take all your time back here.
You know, I never do that. I never wipe my bowling ball off. I don't, and
I don't either.
and I talked to Thomas Cleveland one time about that a couple years ago. The two-handers seem to need to do that because their hand is on the ball and it's slippery, so they have to get that
Good
off
shot.
because their other hand is like on whatever.
Yep.
But I don't think Brady does he? He just does his shoe.
Yep. You make sure the shoe is the exact same every time. I just saw a pole reach down back there. Is there something with 17 that he's watching?
Very possible.
So, yeah, 17 had issues. We didn't know if we were going to be able to use it for the stepladder even. So I wouldn't be surprised if the mechanic's sitting on it
You
to
can
make
kinda
it
hear
right.
something back
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Wonder if it piles up or something that he's trying to clear.
Brady
might have heard
backs.
something too,
Yeah.
so he might have backed off.
Either from behind the machines or from the birthday party, but yeah.
I don't think he moved off that last shot. The last shot was just a hair high. Tripped a 4. Not tripped it, but kind of
Went late, whatever.
Back,
Yeah. Well, is there a fine line between that 9-pin and a dead 10?
Right.
If you move too much, so you want to be high flush. He uses the same ball for the spare.
Yeah, that's
Well, it's a $1
interesting.
million 9-pin. That's easy.
Wow. It'll be interesting if he makes a move now off of that.
On the right lane.
Yeah.
So you had said
I thought he went high a little on 17 too. He was high
Okay.
flush, but I thought there might be a move.
were you saying earlier that the left lane was tighter than the
tighter,
right
yeah.
lane pretty much all day? So it probably would happen.
So we'll see.
Well,
I
now
hear another one of them noisemakers go off. I can tell you the next time it goes off, it's going to be coming from a different orifice. There you go. Good shot.
very nice.
That could almost bet a 9.
Yeah. Yep.
It wasn't. So
So was
Here
this?
we are.
Yeah, here we are exactly. So we still really not going to have a chance for a tie because they're on different.
well, yeah.
I mean, there are possibilities. If you miss at the right time, they both have 258s.
Right. Right.
But where they're going now.
No. What is the rule for a championship match if they tie?
Full game. 3-game roll off.
3-game roll off. It actually-
3-game total pinfall.
See you tomorrow. 2 out of 3. Yeah. No, it's the 9th and 10th frame roll off.
Yeah.
I believe there was one tournament years ago, we had a tie for the championship. We had to have
For
a
a-
9th and 10th frame to win. Do we? I don't think we need to change it to the 1-ball roll-off because we don't have a time constraint. That's what they do it on the PBA Tour. I still like the 9th and 10th frame. And if they tie again, then the other person starts,
You
you know,
flip,
whatever.
yeah.
No, I like hitting both lanes
Yes.
for the bit.
It should be for him. If we're getting millions of dollars from some sponsor and we have time constraints on ESPN, yes, we'll change our rules.
Oh yeah, you
seem
you
to
want to
like-
give us airtime and sponsor money?
Right.
Exactly.
Our rules are up for grabs.
Absolutely.
We'll renegotiate. That was a
Will
great
is-
shot.
Will
Great
is
shot.
Very focused.
He is.
He kind of
Yep.
half runs out the one on the left lane, doesn't do anything when he strikes on the right lane. Just, yeah,
Yep.
He's determined
He is.
to shoot 800 in the stepladder. Oh, that's not what he's determined about, whatever. But
No, but he's doing well.
It's part of it.
Option.
if he doesn't miss, he's got it. What do you have, 247?
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
Ho hum. For the bowlers who, watching the PBA Tour, and I get tired of people watching people strike all the time, 250, 260s, whatever. So it's always kind of fun when somebody shoots 190, 2-0, has to do this or that and break up a split to win. Well, this is kind of, I don't want to say boring, but it's kind of fun to watch once in a while because we don't get this in the CBA
Right.
tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, again, this didn't necessarily play the way we wanted it to, but when it's different, it's not bad.
No.
Right.
It's just different.
You still have to throw the ball pretty well. Well, Cream came to the top, exactly.
Oh,
He knew he missed that at the
yeah,
arrow.
he was
when let
asking
go.
for help.
Yep.
Those at home probably couldn't hear it, but he was saying turn. He was asking for that to get up and go a little bit.
Well, he's on his 258 pace,
He is.
and as soon as Will misses, he'd have
We
to
have a
miss
tie.
twice. He'd have to miss twice in a row. Oh no, he can't get the 258. He'd be at the 259 or 257. Oh,
Yeah.
oh God. Yeah. We'll see what happens. He should pick this up though, right? Usually
yeah.
a spare ball. Lumpy would slap him for that. It's a true spare ball, exactly. Yeah. So. We always talk about Chad Nelson having 40 titles in 50 seconds. I don't know how
Yeah.
many seconds he's got, whatever.
Right.
How many seconds does Brady Stearns have? We don't know that.
It's got to be building up
He's
about
got
as
13
close.
titles, so
right?
he probably has at least that many.
Yeah,
Like-
he lost 3 straight times to Chad. So I mean, there's 3 seconds right there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's in.
Oh, knocked out that 10, which
That was a
huge.
huge
huge break.
break. He knows he didn't throw that well, and getting that 10 pin out definitely saved catastrophe. Yeah, yep.
Because at that point, he's got to shoot at it.
I was
he's got to
curious.
shoot to try to make it.
Yeah, I was curious to see if he's going to use a spare ball for that 4-pin. He is. We don't, Todd Savoy would use the system and pick it up, no problem, whatever. But
The 369, the system.
yeah. Oh yeah. And my problem was system failure too often when I try to hook the ball across lanes.
I get system overload.
Yeah.
We've still got a lead of 11, right?
Oh, we can have that 258 now with a 9 spare here. If he goes 9 spare here, we have a possibility of a tie.
We talked him right into it.
I did, didn't I? He's going to leave. He's going to leave a dead 10 this time because make a little bit of adjustment after the.
High
Hey,
flush,
I'm just-
high flush 9.
Where's Rocky when I'm talking about this stuff? And they're going to bet and whatever.
Yeah, he was a little unbalanced, but
I was going to say.
oh,
Toppled them all over.
that was 7-10 standing, and he came out of his shoes throwing that one. So
Exactly.
he wasn't balanced. That wasn't his best
So
shot,
he
but
just set himself up where he can't be shut out.
he it was a good shot. He put it in play.
We still have a possibility of a tie. That could have been anything. It was not a solid flush strike. So So what's the difference here? Brady left that 9-pin. And what did Brady leave in the 5th? Was that a 10-pin? No, it was a 4-pin. What was it?
In the 8th, he left
He fell off of that shot.
7-pin.
Yeah,
Or 4-pin. It was
And
on the left.
yeah, exactly. And he just fell off of that shot right there. So. No, but
Solid. It was actually flush.
not up to his standards, I don't think. He thinks he should throw the ball better than that.
Rocky, odds have to be done on the fly for certain scenarios. We were looking at you for that.
Well, strikeout to force.
We need Mark, right?
Will count.
Yeah.
So the first strike, George Peterson once said, the best bear in the world is the strike.
Yeah.
So, but Brady has to strike out to force him to do that.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
69 to 47. I mean, those are your maxes.
Yes.
So it just comes down to Brady is going to need all of them to get to 47, and then will do what happens.
Bear
You
8
know?
to tie.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens.
I'm still going on that tie thing because I want to see a 9th and 10th frame roll off for the title. And it's over.
Oof.
Oofed up. I think he moved a hair on that, and it's just.
It looks like he threw it really well, so you would really think he had moved a little bit there. So Will Mateffy is going to win his 6th CBA title, taking down the number 1 bowler in the CBA for the last couple of years. Well, 3 years in a row, bowler of the year, and now they're both tied for points. Both
Yes,
have
they are.
25 points
Yep.
after one tournament.
They're tied. There's your tie.
See, I knew
you
there
made
was a
your
tie.
Yeah.
I knew there was something to be said there.
Something about house shots.
Will's kind of quiet on that one. He just clenched his fist there.
So we didn't get to your 800.
He did not. What did he end up having there? 794 or something like that.
747 is what? 20.
48, 38, 37.
795 he'll have, right?
Close to no cigar. Sure, maybe.
Actually, this will be the 7th CBA title for Will Mateffy. He won in August last year at Sunray. So, all right. It was fun, Jason.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
He had his mic shut off for a second or whatever. But another very nice tournament.
It was.
And,
Thanks.
Your cohort, Allie, does a really
Yeah.
good job of getting all these scores out here for us.
Yeah.
Well, that
She
was
can
good.
run it. Perfect.
She can. Okay,
Yep.
you just got to set this whole thing up or whatever.
Yep.
Will Mateffy, our champion, won his 7th CBA title.
Congratulations, Will. Brady
both
second.
outstanding.
Good tournament for both.
And then Brice Keykal being 3rd, his first time making
Yeah.
a step ladder.
Yep.
Anthony Stewart shooting 300 in a step ladder.
Yeah.
And who we missing in there? Jayvion.
Yeah, Jayvion.
Who had 230.
What a-
first time
yeah.
making a step ladder finals. We had a lot of good stuff happening today, whatever. So.
Yep. Solid day for sure. Thanks for joining us. June 22nd. That's the next event for us. So hopefully we see you all there.
Flarities.
Flarities.
All right. See you
Yep.
then.
Thanks.